continue the tradition that was established nearly 40 years ago in this community. That tradition is a review process that allows community members to work together to preserve the qualities and unique character that make Lake Forest a special community. City of Lake Forest is committed to conducting open and democratic meetings, and to achieve that goal, meeting procedures have been adopted by the commission. A copy of the procedures is available at the back of the room on each agenda. As always, it's the intent of the commission to help manage the development and growth of the city of Lake Forest with a keen sense of preserving the historic structures and open space in this city for all its present and future residents. And our goal is to move each petition before us tonight through the review process as quickly as possible while balancing the interests of petitioners, neighboring property owners, and the larger community. So good evening, and we'll start, as we always do, with introduction of the commissioners.
Wells Wheeler.
John Travers.
Kurt Pairitz.
Mary Ellen Swenson.
Jim Preschlack.
Robert Alfe.
All right, thanks, folks. And we have no meeting minutes this month for review or approval, so we're going to jump right to our first agenda item, which is a consideration of a request for Certificate of Appropriateness, approving an addition to the rear of the residence located at 210 Vine Avenue. No variance is requested. I'll ask the commissioners if there is any ex parte or other conflict on this item. I see none, so come on up and tell us what you got when you're ready.
I'll be brief. This is a small project for a beautiful small Queen Anne style cottage on Vine Avenue in the historic district. We are proposing to take down some additions on the rear facade of the house that we feel are not consistent with the architectural language of the front. This house was built in 1920, and the current owners, John and Caroline Ballatine, have lived there for 34 years. And I think this is the first significant project they've looked at doing to the house. So just to get everyone familiar with the neighborhood, I think some of you went out there today. Green Bay Road to the left of the slide here, Vine Avenue right here. Again, the front facade of the house on the upper left, a shot of the rear porch that's proposed to be removed, and then again from the rear yard a picture of the porch and adjacent kitchen addition that will be removed as part of this project. Some more close-up detailing on the next slide showing the proposed removal of a pantry room off the porch on the upper left. Again, a closer shot of the porch, the lower left to be removed. And then on the right side of the slide, some images of some of the detailing around the existing historic portions of the house that we're intending to replicate in the new addition. Here's a slide with some of the context along Vine. Great small scale cottage style homes along the street. So again, this project really has no effect at all on the front facade or massing of the house. This is strictly on the rear of the house with very little visibility from the street. So a site plan view on the next slide with the dark hatched mass, the existing house, the proposed existing screen porch to be removed, existing kitchen to be gutted, and existing kitchen addition to be removed. And on the right side of the slide, you can see the new footprint, generally in the same area as the structures being removed. A closer plan of the proposed area, new kitchen, new family room, and new sunroom in place of that existing porch. The proposed elevations on the next slide here. Upper left showing the rear facade of the new family room addition with fireplace, chimney details matching the details found on the other two existing fireplaces on the home, and then a rebuilt sunroom with window proportions, eave details, and column details are consistent with the front facade of the home. A quick view of the existing rear porch again next to the proposed sunroom. Again, trying to match some of the details found on the existing home. And then rear perspective of the existing conditions versus the proposed. Again, with double hung windows, divided light on the upper sash to match the existing windows in the home, and details at the chimney and eave to match the existing house as well. And then this is more of an architectural elevation just showing how those elements of the new structure here are outlined on the bottom portion of the slide and how they relate to elements of the existing home, trying to use elements of balance and symmetry to complement those found on the existing house. And I want to turn it over briefly to Craig Bergman, who's the landscape architect working on this project as well.
Well, thank you, Austin. One of the pleasures of working on a property like this and a project like this is that the new addition is not going to jeopardize the existing landscape, which is very exciting. Anyone who has been by this property, if you view the house from the street, you can see a massive red oak towering behind the house, just northeast of the existing terrace. This rendering was developed by Austin's office before we were hired on, and the direction now is to not even run the terrace as far north as this rendering here shows. The intention is to only have construction access for this project come off of Vine through the lawn area. This red maple that you see here off the new sun porch, we're attempting to do what we can for root pruning, and the general contractor is hemming and hawing, but if there's an opportunity for us to even try to preserve that tree, we'll do that as well. The tree will not come down, that particular tree will not come down until the new construction footings and the structure itself is up, in order to work like a bollard or a brake to keep anything out of the root zone of the big oak tree, which is further north. In this image, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little mulch ring there, and that is in essence the proximity of the tree to the new construction and or the new terrace. The red oak is in fabulous shape. The Ballatines have taken care of it over the 34 years that they've lived there. There is an additional American elm to the east edge, but interestingly, there is a turf corridor that we can use that is all, everybody's in agreement that the big crab tree at the front corner of the house and the big oak tree in the back corner, we can move around those trees. And before city forester comes and hollers at us for the great big oak that's on the parkway, we have room to move away from that in our access as well. So we're really trying to not do anything to change the streetscape except improve it with small landscaping in front of the porch when we're finished. Thank you.
All right, now is an opportunity for a staff report, if we have one on this item.
Thank you, Chairman. This petition was really well done. Overall, it's under bulk. It meets all the criteria for the demolition of that existing sunroom. And the additions and alterations do not threaten the character of the home. The detailing is actually more consistent to the original architectural style, and the historic integrity is intact. So overall, we recommend approval of this.
All right, thank you. All right, now is an opportunity for any of the commissioners to ask questions of the petitioner or the staff. If we have any questions for anyone? That might be a first.
I do not have one.
You do?
I do not.
You don't? All right, now it's an opportunity for the public to have any comments or questions. Any public comments or questions? We get to deliberate. All right, well, it seems like we have no questions, we have no public questions. It must be...
I have one deliberation.
Oh, deliberation, there we go.
And the deliberation I would offer up is I was able this afternoon to go back into the backyard of this house, and it's just a little paradise back there. It's a really beautiful garden, and the red oak that they've been adverting to is just monumental and gorgeous. And if we had druids around here, they'd be dancing around it and worshiping it. So it's I certainly hope that nothing will be done to jeopardize those conditions.
Anyone else have any druid deliveries?
Sorry.
Druid comments? The season.
All right, nice petition. I'll ask if there's a motion.
I have prepared a motion if you wish.
I'll take that.
Based on the findings detailed in the applicable staff report dated September 24th, 2014, which document that the project complies with the standards in Chapter 51, Historic Preservation of the City Code, and incorporating the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings, I move that the commission grant a certificate of appropriateness approving the alterations and additions for property located at 210 Vine Avenue and condition its approval on the conditions of approval enumerated under the 4 numbered paragraphs on pages 5 and 6 of the applicable staff report.
All right. Motion's been made by Commissioner Travers.
Seconded.
There is a second by Commissioner Preschlack. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Good to go.
Very much, everybody.
All right, thanks. All right, we're on our way. Agenda item number 1 is down. We have 5 to go. Let's see how we do. Actually, I guess that's agenda item 3 for some reason. Yeah, 3.
That was marked it wrong.
Yeah. All right, our next agenda item is a consideration of a request for certificate of appropriateness approving a screen porch addition to the rear of the residence located at 575 East Westminster. There you go. Perfect. Building scale request is also requested for this one. I'll ask any of the commissioners again if there's any conflict or ex parte conflict on this. And I see none. So come on up and tell us what you know.
Hi, good evening. I'm Megan Chody. I'm the homeowner. My husband Lance is golfing in California. So I'm here, but it was always my intent to give the testimony tonight. We've been here before. We were here about 12 years ago, and I think it's appropriate and probably doesn't happen enough, but I think I should start by saying thank you. Thank you to the staff that we've worked with twice, and thank you to all of you for what you do for our community. We honor this process and think it's important that homeowners are involved and neighbors are involved, and with my statements tonight, I'm going to let you guys know that that is what happened with this potential project. As I've said, we've lived and enjoyed the home for 12 years, but after 12 years, you can sort of figure out what works and what doesn't work, and that's why we're here tonight. We have before you 2 modifications that we'd like to make to our wonderful home, and we think it's going to enhance the livability of the home as well as benefit people that visit and make deliveries to our home. So I'm going to take it in a 2-step process, and I'm going to start first with the front entrance, if I may. All right, Kathy, it's not doing the magic that we had to do before. Thank you. So this is the front entrance as it appears today, and we did this terrace addition 12 years ago. If you'll see the sidewalk on the left side of the page, we really wanted our guests and people coming to the home to be able to approach the home and see its majesty and how lovely it is. What we've found is that we have created confusion because that sidewalk ends up basically in the middle, which you can see on the rendering in front of you, of our circle driveway. So what happens, piano teachers, UPS trucks, visitors, friends tend to park at the sidewalk entrance, thereby closing up the circular part of the driveway and then obliterating its function. So what our friends at Mariani have proposed, and we are thrilled about, is sort of getting rid of that front sidewalk, creating a more parallel entrance to the house, which actually was the original way that the house was entered upon. It was much closer to the front door, but we're really saying, hey, we tried, it didn't work, it's causing confusion. This simplifies things, keeps the entrance basically the same, adds some more softness and landscaping to the entrance, and leaves the circle open for traffic. So that's our goal. I'll present the second one, if you will. What I'm really excited about, having grown up with a screened-in porch, this is my existing terrace on the rear of the house. We feel that it's underutilized, and it's underutilized because it has full sun all day, and it's hotter than Hades out there, and we really can't enjoy it at night due to mosquitoes and things like that. So our brilliant architect, Mark DeGancy, along with our friends at Mariani, came up with an idea of what we're really calling more of a gardened screened porch. The rear of the house is very austere, and we're hoping to utilize the existing terrace and create a screened-in porch. So that's what the screened-in porch will look like. It's within the confines of the terrace. I did want to note that in the report it says that no foundation work will be done. In fact, there is foundation work, but it's within the confines of the terrace. We just wanted to be specific with that. And our goal with the screened-in porch feel is to the right, the far right of the picture is our piano room bump out. And we were really trying to bring in the elements of that part of the house to the rear of the house. We met with, or reached out to all contiguous neighbors. We heard from 5 of 6 of them with favorable approval, and we additionally received a letter from the neighbor to the east with enthusiastic approval, and really they're the family that's impacted the most in seeing our new screened-in porch, but actually they like the look of that more than looking at an empty terrace that we are not enjoying to its highest and best use. So with that, we hope to receive your enthusiastic approval tonight, and I have somebody from Mariani and our architect here if there are more specific questions that I cannot answer.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll ask if there's a staff report.
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. This request, the significant part is the request for a building scale variance. And some of the comments I'll make pertaining to this petition will also apply to a petition you have later on your agenda. But something we've often talked about is the fact that the building scale provisions in the code were developed in the 80s, and they were really developed to avoid situations where homes were being overbuilt, out of scale with the existing neighborhood, inappropriate infill. In fact, one of the criteria for a building scale variance speaks specifically to whether or not the home is a historic home. As Ms. Chody mentioned, in 2003, she came before the Historic Preservation Commission and received approval for a significant addition and alteration. At that time, the commission talked about the fact that that addition would really upgrade this house in a manner consistent with the original design, but to allow it to be livable for today. As you look at the existing terrace at the rear of the house, it is kind of a stark feature. The proposed screen porch will add 315 square feet to the house. It is a one-story element, and in fact, from the rear elevation, it serves to break up the large mass. The screen porch will not be visible from the streetscape at all. Will be visible, I believe, from just from one of the neighboring properties. But this, I believe, is exactly the type of project that variances were intended to be granted for. There are 5 or 6 criteria for building scale variances. I can't remember at the moment. The code requires that the first one be met, which speaks to design, and that one additional criteria be met. In this case, all but the last criteria are met, so the number of criteria met exceed the requirement. The last criteria speaks to adjacent permanent open space, which is not the case here. Staff does support this building scale variance. With respect to the changes to the front, it really seems that those changes to the walkway better organize that front entry sequence. The hardscape materials are appropriate, and certainly the enhanced landscaping is consistent with the overall project. City staff does recommend approval of the Certificate of Appropriateness. You do have a number of suggested conditions of approval in the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks, Kathy. Now's an opportunity for commissioners to ask questions.
I have one question.
Please.
Kathy, I was hoping you could answer this question. I had a little difficulty understanding whether there was any significant increase in impermeable surface associated with this project. Could you address that?
There is no increase in impervious surface with the screened-in porch. There may be a slight increase, and I'll have to ask the petitioner, there may be a slight increase with the shift in the driveway at the front of the house. Maybe not, but you might put up that site plan. But I believe if there is any increase, it is negligible.
So a couple changes on the plan. There's a little bit more asphalt on the front of the building, but on the rear, where there was all terrace now, there's landscaping in between the screen porch and the terrace. So it's, it's a nominal change one way or the other, I think.
Great, thank you.
Kathy, can you clarify our role in terms of recommending body for bulk overages versus the city council, and just speak broadly about how you're thinking about the larger estates that have been kind of grandfathered in around the bulk, and just the guidelines that you're using, and just to give people a perspective, please?
Sure. The Historic Preservation Commission, like the Building Review Board, are recommending bodies when it comes to variances. So your recommendation would then go before the City Council. But the City Council does rely on the Historic Preservation Commission to look at the criteria. And again, the criteria speak to the appropriateness of the addition or the overage from a design perspective, whether or not the proposed additional square feet negatively impact the streetscape or impact neighboring properties. The criteria speaks to the question of whether an historic home is simply over bulk because of its original design, often because these properties were subdivided. Those subdivisions occurred in most cases prior to the adoption of the building scale ordinance. Those subdivisions didn't account for there being a future limitation on adding to these homes. Certainly the Historic Preservation Commission is charged with reviewing and assisting people with making appropriate adaptive reuse changes to allow historic structures to serve the needs, to maintain their property value, and to really continue to be preserved and enhance the historic district. So considering building scale overages for historic homes that by very nature of their architectural style exceed the bulk, again, from the staff perspective, is something we believe the commission is actually charged with doing.
Can you say that last part again? So do you feel like we have an explicit mandate to question the bulk, the size, or is it more just on the aesthetics?
The commission absolutely is charged with reviewing requests for building scale variances based on the criteria in the code. Those criteria are detailed in your staff report. And again, one of those criteria specifically speak to whether the overage is due to the historic nature of the property, distinct architectural style. Those can explicitly be factored in considering whether or not to grant a variance.
So just to put a finer point on it, the reason we're here is because the code can't possibly address all of these kinds of things and be written around all of these things, all of those circumstances. So when the staff sees circumstances that they support, it's our role to allow the code to not have to be so finely written that it has to address every issue. So that's the converse of the other way.
Call your attention to Standard 5 in the staff report, which specifically makes the point that if a property is a local landmark, is in a historic district, and the project would further the purpose of the historic preservation chapter, it meets a criteria for variance. We believe that is the case with this project.
Any other questions for staff or the petitioner on this one?
I think that the staff report is correct. It's a large lot with a beautiful addition and no problems from the neighbors. I think the variance request is fine.
Okay. Any other questions?
No questions.
Questions? All right, let's see if there's any public testimony. Any public comments or testimony on this one? And I see none, so we're free to deliberate. Thank you for the presentation and the compliment. We seldom get a compliment from a petitioner, at least before the vote.
I'd like to deliberate if I may.
Please,
And,
that's okay.
or, no, Mary Ellen, you
It's
go
all right.
ahead first, please.
No, she was deliberating during questions, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Did you want to deliberate now, too?
No, just remember what I said, and I'm saying it again.
Well, I was going to amplify pretty much what Mary Ellen said and what a commissioner said and Kathy said. I believe that under the ordinance, the Historic Preservation Commission may, but is not required to recommend, and the City Council may, but is not required to approve a building scale variance for projects under the purview of the Historic Preservation Commission, so long as the project is consistent with the design standards of the city code. And accordingly, from my standpoint, as I've viewed our process through the years, the commission has significant discretion in recommending building scale variances, and the city council has significant discretion in approving such variances. I believe that in practice, this commission and the city council exercise their discretion in recommending and approving building scale variances in a variety of circumstances, including, as in this case, circumstances where an owner may wish to update a residence to better reflect our current high standards of privacy and comfort, and the increase in bulk is not great, and especially is otherwise mitigated as addressed in building scale variance standards 2 through 4, all of which are apply here. And so I think I would support this building scale variance.
All right, thank you. Any other deliberations or questions? We could even take questions. We're used to doing stuff
Backwards?
that we do it all the time.
stop.
We did not. I see no other deliberations.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable with the project. I think the front entrance looks nice, and I have no problems with supporting it.
Nice.
I think it's certainly an improvement at the front drive. It makes access to the house a lot more convenient. And the screen porch, that looks like a great place to hang out in the summer. So, no, I think it's an improvement. It's all positive as far as I'm concerned.
So far, so good, right? I'll ask if there's a motion. You want to deliberate?
No, let's vote.
Want to make a motion?
No.
I'll make a motion
All right,
if
you
you
can
wish.
make a motion.
Motion, man.
If you wish. If you wish, based on the findings detailed in the applicable staff report dated September 24th, 2014, which document that the project complies with the standards in Chapter 51, Historic Preservation of the City Code, and with the criteria for a building scale variance, and incorporating the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings, I move that the commission, A, grant a certificate of appropriateness approving additions and alterations at 575 Westminster, consistent with the application and request presented to the commissioners by the petitioner. B, recommend that City Council approve the requisite building scale variance. And C, condition its approval on the conditions of approval enumerated in the 4 numbered paragraphs on page 6 of the applicable staff report. I note that issuance of the Certificate of Appropriateness will be conditional upon favorable action by the City Council on the building scale variance recommended by this commission.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Swenson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that passes. Congratulations. And nice petition.
You're very good at making motions.
It's very thorough.
Thank you.
Double his salary.
Yeah,
my salary.
exactly.
All right, folks, we're up to agenda item 5, and this is consideration of a request for certificate of appropriateness approving demolition of a non-original garage and construction of a new garage at the residence located at 111 West Westminster. A building scale variance is also requested here. I'll ask the commissioners if anyone has a conflict on this one. And I see none, so once again, when you get ready, just introduce yourself and proceed.
Good evening, Chairman Pairitz and Commissioners. I'm David Polton, and I'm presenting on behalf of Liam and Francesca Connell, owners of this property at 111 West Westminster. I feel privileged to have the opportunity to work on a project of this magnitude and magnificence. Originally, the architects involved were David Adler, who was responsible for the coach house, and Philip Lippincott Goodwin, who designed the remainder of the estate. It's a remarkable example of French Norman architecture and landscaping. Originally, it was placed on 40 acres, and over the years it has been subdivided, and the properties to the west have been split off into single-family residences. However, the main buildings and the main gardens are very much intact, although it has been subdivided. This is a view of the main buildings, the Manor House, 111 Westminster, the Connell residence at the center. Directly to the east is the original coach house owned by the Frieses. And then to the lower left is the pool house and pavilions. And to the lower right is the original orangery. This is a view showing how the properties have been subdivided over time. And while the property lines seem somewhat convoluted, they actually relate very nicely to existing gardens, landscape walls, fences. And each original building on the property actually has a very unique relationship to these original gardens. This is a plat showing the Connell property and then the Fries property to the east. The darker shaded areas are the original buildings, the lighter shaded areas being the additions. As you can see, the property line between the two jogs quite a bit, and that actually relates to the garden walls that were original to the gardens. This is a site plan of the existing conditions, where it shows the existing garage that was placed here in the 80s. And while the buildings or the properties were subdivided in a manner that really keeps the feeling of the estate intact, it did cause some problems with these two properties, namely that the original estate, which was originally surrounded by these auxiliary buildings, now was left without any space or any of the accessory buildings. And so this was an attempt to create a garage that would serve the main residence. The problem with it is that it is this really is about the only place to put a garage on the property. The property to the west of the residence is at a grade about 10 feet lower. The property to the south is formal gardens and terraces and ponds, and that again has stairs and landscape walls, and that is about 10 feet lower. The front is a cobbled courtyard, the main entrance to the estate. So it really only leaves the sliver of land to the east to place a garage. This is the existing garage that was built in the 80s. And as you can see, it is very much inconsistent with the integrity of the original building. While the original building is a clay tile roof and stone and brick structure, this is wood-sided. It's an asphalt roof, and really more of a temporary structure. As you can see, it also has a very poor relationship to the original building. And this further exemplifies that poor relationship. Really, by zoning codes, it should have a 10-foot clearance between the buildings, and it is not even close to that. It also really blocks light and views from the kitchen area that is on this east side of the building. And this is a view from the east as the neighbors see the building. Again, this is what they see, the asphalt roof over the existing stone wall that's between the properties. And this is a view from the Connell's Gardens looking north at the garage. This stone wall is original, the stone wall that the building is built on is actually original to the estate, and that wall would remain in our proposal to remove this garage. So we have looked at placing a garage in alternate locations from our proposal, and this is one possibility where we could attach the garage. However, it has its own problems, and there's a facade easement on this building, and technically I don't think this would even be allowed. Further, it's really in almost the same exact placement, jammed up against the house and blocking light and views from the original windows. Any other placement involves a zoning variance, as we cannot get the building within the 20-foot setbacks and still get cars into the garage if we turn the garage, for example. So the proposal that we are coming forward with is actually to move the garage all the way to the east property line and build it contiguous with the stone wall that exists. In addition, the Freezes have agreed to relinquish the corner of the property at the north end in this site plan, so that the courtyard could be extended and the garage building could be extended into this area. So while we feel this is a really appropriate solution, it has its challenges with building, several challenges, but namely a zoning variance in this location. The other aspect of placing it in this location is that we have the opportunity to actually make a better relationship between the existing coach house building and this new garage. Right now, the existing stone wall is directly centered on axis with the original coach house, its terraces, the rear lawn, and the alley of trees. So it's our intent to actually enhance this axis. So this is the view looking from the Connells towards the Freeze property, the original coach house. And here you can see that strong axial relationship. And then this is actually a view of the Freeze property garage court. This is the newer addition to the property, showing a two-car attached garage, a stone wall that encompasses the drive court, and then a detached garage structure. So there actually is quite a bit of similarity in what we are proposing, where these buildings are built onto the stone walls and are providing a framework around the drive court. And this also is part of the original coach house landscape walls. And I thought this was interesting. It's kind of a similar concept where we're proposing building into the wall and using that wall and structure to encompass our courtyard. Okay, the line that is delineated here is actually the parcel of property that would come into ownership by the Connells. It's a small corner where we would extend the stone walls, and this would actually become, the stone walls would actually delineate the corner of the property. A floor plan showing the main residence, the drive court between, and then the new proposed garage. The main portion of the garage is a three-car structure that would have the main massing with a little taller roof line on center with the access to the original coach house. And then the two-car garage portion to the north is where the property boundary would change, and that is a lower subordinate roof line. And this showing attic space and roof plan. I think this is an interesting view because although the garage we're proposing is a larger than normal garage, we feel that in looking at it in scale with the original building, it really is a very appropriate scale. The main residence is very large, very steep roofs, and the building that we are proposing would have the same architectural style, steep roofs. We would be taking all the design cues and elements from the original building, but doing so in a more simplified manner. And this is a little closer of the same view. What we're indicating is that stone wall across the front is actually the existing stone wall that enters into the courtyard, the drive court. And we would be extending that a little bit further to the east to fill in the corner where the property line changes, and then building on top of that wall, using the building and the wall to delineate the corner of the property. This is a view from the south showing a wood gate used as an access into the garden area for maintenance, an archway as a pedestrian walkway, and then windows that would serve to let light into a potting area inside the garage. This is the view facing the residence. The main structure with the 3-car garage being a little bit taller and again on axis with the coach house, and then the more subordinate structure with the 2-car garage portion projecting to the north. This is the facade that would face east to the Freeze property. Building sections, the roof line would be under the 25-foot maximum for accessory structures, and then just a couple of shots of the computer model looking towards the drive entrance. This would be the existing stone wall leading into the court, the drive court. A view from the Freeze property where the stone wall would be extended and the building would be built on top. And then just a view of how the building would appear facing the main house. A view from the gardens facing north. And then this would be the view as the Freezes would see it from their terrace. So the main building with the 3 dormers would center on their axis. And I'd like to point out that the dormers are changed in this view from what was in your packet. In meeting with the neighbors and going through discussions about the dormers, they felt that these more simplistic dormers would relate better to their property. And I'm in agreement. I actually like the solution better. It results in the same dormer on both sides of the garage. This is a little closer view of the original estate, and as you can see, I think it's interesting actually that the coach house and the main building really almost have no relationship to one another. The landscape ties them very well together, but the only relationship of the coach house to the main manor house is actually this service stone wall that projects into this terrace. So it's our intent to actually build upon that stone wall and accentuate that axis and the termination for the Freezes terraces. So this is how the building or the view would appear if there were no building. This would really be the original view. And then this is the view with the new roof line built on top of that stone wall. All materials used throughout the project would be original or would duplicate what is on the main building. We would find salvaged clay tiles, oak timbers, copper, stone, oak hand-carved details that are existing in the original buildings. And this is a plan by Mariani. The landscape on the Freezes property would really remain intact. Their landscaping is in place, and really there is no room for more screening, and the building is actually screened fairly well. This is suggesting that we will be enhancing the entrance off of Westminster with cobbles, new plantings. The existing asphalt driveway would change to a gravel driveway, and then entering the drive court, again, we would have cobbles. And I'd like to mention that Mariani is actually the landscaper for both of these properties, so that any coordination would be easily handled. So in summary, I guess there are a lot of pieces to this project and a lot of approvals to gain. First of all, the neighbors, which the neighbors directly to the east, the Freezes, are in full support of this project and have submitted a letter. I'm not sure if you have that in front of you. But we need to gain approval for demolition. We need to gain approval for a building scale variance. we need to gain approval for the replacement structure, and then we need a zoning variance. So we feel that we have been diligent in trying to adhere to this criteria, and hopefully we have satisfied them. So that being said, thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. This is an extraordinary property, and I hope you had a chance to visit it, because it's just a privilege to be able to go onto the site. Several years ago, the preservation community, the community as a whole, was very fortunate that the Connells stepped forward to purchase this property. Since that time, they have done a lot of necessary work to really restore it and to really keep it intact for the next 100 years. This is one of those very unique properties that, in the staff's opinion, the ability to grant a variance from the building scale regulations is, this is the kind of property a variance is intended for. This property, as Mr. Poulton explained, it was fortunate that the subdivision of this property occurred much more thoughtfully than subdivisions of some of the other estates in the community did. There is absolutely a relationship between properties that are in distinct ownership. That relationship remains today, and the owners seem to be working together to actually enhance that relationship. As Mr. Poulton explained, this project has many pieces. The demolition of the existing garage, the 1980s garage, was simply constructed to provide a garage on the site. It was inappropriate in design, materials, and in its siting in relation to the historic building. We do believe that that meets all of the criteria for demolition. The replacement garage is larger. It's about double the size of the existing garage. And at the very outset of the project, staff did meet on site with the property owner and with the architect, and we challenged them to really look at alternatives for an appropriate garage on the site. We further challenged them to look at trying to downsize the garage. And although in the staff report we still have a recommendation that further due diligence be put into considering downsizing, in this case, I believe the petitioners have really done their homework. They have really created a structure that relates well to the existing house and to the neighboring structures. I think the one image that Mr. Poulton showed that showed the garage in relation to the overall mass of the existing residence really was telling. This residence was on a 40-acre parcel and is really massive. It wildly exceeds the existing building scale ordinance. But to construct a garage that is out of scale is not consistent with the standards that you're charged to uphold. City staff does, in this case, very strongly support the building scale variance. We do believe, again, that this is the kind of project that the variance process was intended to support. If you choose to recommend approval of this to the City Council, we would then take this forward to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Because this is proposed to be located essentially on the property line, the Zoning Board of Appeals would also need to weigh in on it. If the City Council accepted both the recommendation of the Historic Preservation Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals, then we would work with the owner and the neighbor to the east to finalize their property line shift. It's that little corner there that would make that property line a bit more regular. The garage will not be seen from the streetscape. The impacted neighbor to the east has submitted a letter in support. The recommendation is to grant approval. Certainly as we go through the final design process, if there was an appropriate way to downsize, that would be reasonable, but we do believe that in this case, the petitioner and architect have really done their due diligence. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Now is the opportunity for commissioners to ask questions of either the staff or the petitioner.
I just have a question on the garage. I can understand the appeal of the massing of the large garage in relation to the house, but is there is there a programmatic reason for a 5-car garage, or?
Could you also, while you're up there, put that slide back up of the massing between show the large house and the garage at the same time? That's an image we don't have in our packet. Thank you.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. So as far as the program, there are 4 drivers in the family. And so one of the difficulties is the area that bumps out towards the Freeze property, the original coach house. We can really only get a 3-car garage in there. We can't get a 4-car. And that's one of the reasons that the Connells have looked at taking over that corner of the property. It's kind of an odd way that the stone wall jogs when you, from the Freeze's perspective and from the Connells. It's not really usable to the Freeze's, but it is to the Connells. So it seems to make a lot of sense. So we're really using that property line delineation as the corner of the building. So we don't have to take I guess as far as a program, we don't need to take the building all the way to that corner. However, if we don't, I feel that architecturally we end up with an odd situation, that we get this extended roof line kind of going halfway, and I think it's a better solution, even though we could say, well, maybe they could do away without one garage stall. Sure.
Mind if I?
Please introduce yourself, though. Thank you.
I'm Liam Connell. First of all, in terms of the use of the property, we do have 4 cars. We have 2 adult children and ourselves. Actually, we have a real parking issue in that courtyard because of the work that we are doing. That courtyard is congested with parked cars that don't have parking. And also we have, this is a high quality problem to have, but we have a grass court, a tennis court. We have very elaborate gardens, and we don't actually have any storage area for that. There's actually a dilapidated shed in the back that is that's too small for our use, and we have some equipment in the open air. So we have a real need for extra space. But I just want to also emphasize, we spent a lot of time with the Freezes on designing this. The roof line is really complete aesthetically. If we try to chop it off, it would actually be worse for the Freezes, as well as practically worse for us. I just also want to say, I verbally have got full support from the Washlows, who are also neighbours, who could maybe barely see it. And I also talked to some other neighbours, and they're all in full support of this as well.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners?
I have a question for the architect. On the west elevation, I just am wondering about the opening. It just doesn't seem to be in keeping with with the other structure. If you can look at the west elevation.
Actually, start with the plan, because I think it helps to understand what that opening's for. There you go. Oh,
sorry.
You went fast. There you go.
Okay.
Yes. So, Mary, if you look at this.
I understand what it's for.
Okay.
It's just the treatment of it. It's not framed out, it just seems to be cut out of stone, which is a very sort of contemporary treatment of that. And I would love it to be able to relate to perhaps the kitchen entrance on view 6, that porch, or the view on view 7, where windows, or openings right next to stone are framed in some way. I feel like that is it's just cut out and.
See, I appreciate your opinion on that, but my opinion is that it's really appropriate for the Norman architecture. We can actually find examples on site where we have the same arches that are just stone arches, very simplistic. The stone indicating that is this exposed structure with a stone arch.
Okay.
So, it really, that space is meant to be just a walkway and actually an exterior space. So we didn't really want to put any frame. It's really like a garden wall space where you would walk from the drive court through another arch into the garden area. So the, let me see if I have, yes, right here. Okay, so this is a very similar arch, and just to the left of this is actually another arch, a smaller arch that is meant to be a pedestrian walk-through arch. So, but there are examples of these type of arches on the property.
Just seems so simplistic.
Please do.
I'm actually writing a book about
I
this
tell you, you're
book.
excited about this.
Yeah.
I love it.
And, well, you know, David and I have been working together on a lot of different projects to improve this house. We actually visited structure, a house in Normandy that this house was based on. And I also read the Lippincott book. In the 1920s, Norman French architecture was very de rigueur. And he wrote a book really showing old Norman manor houses that he based his inspiration on. And David and I worked really hard to make sure that everything in this garage, from our viewpoint, reflected that. So, I mean, we can all have different opinions aesthetically, but we take this real seriously. And I think it's consistent with the research that we've done.
Was it?
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely beautifully done, and I love everything else about it. Placement, size.
Yeah.
I think it's fabulous.
Okay, thanks.
I just, as I follow the building from the left to the right, it just sort of falls flat on that end for me.
Yeah. Well, first of all, again, arches are used to transition from one environment to another. So we're going from the courtyard, which has one function, and we're actually going into the orchard when we go through that arch. So those arches kind of emphasize you're going from one environment to another, and that would be much more appropriate than a gate,
Right.
or simply a gap in the wall.
Right.
It's kind of like it's a dramatic way of showing, and it's consistent with the style of Norman French.
Maybe consider doing a fully rounded arch instead of just this elliptical top. You know, just rounding it out completely instead of having just...
So, okay, I see what you're saying. I actually,
Just making a full round.
I have no problem with the full round arch. As a matter of fact, I was confused because we have drawn it with a full round arch too, and we kind of went back to this because the shape relates to the windows on the elevation in some of that end of the building.
Right.
But I actually prefer the half round arch, so I'm good with that.
Any other questions? All right, now's an opportunity for any public testimony, if we have any, on this item. And we're 3 for 3 on no public testimony, so that's good. We're up for deliberations now, if anyone has deliberations.
I have deliberations, if that's okay. It'll be short.
Okay.
Sort of amplifying comments that from the staff report and from Commissioner Preschlack and Swenson earlier. I believe that one of the most important circumstances in which this commission and the city council exercise their discretion in recommending and approving building scale variances is presented in this petition. Many of the great manor houses of Lake Forest were originally constructed on vast estates, which were subsequently subdivided in response to developments in business cycle and income taxation, among other things. Of course, these subdivisions did not take account of building scale ordinances, which did not then exist. Recommendation and approval of building scale variances for these properties allow the owners, in my opinion, to make the improvements necessary to ensure that these wonderful homes retain their function and value far into the future.
All right, thank you. Any other deliberations?
It's a beautiful design, and it's a beautiful plan.
All right.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to like it. It's, I'll just make a couple comments on the bulk. You know, mostly the bulk ordinance was written around protecting character of neighborhoods and really to protect neighbors. So this is an extraordinary case of neighbors working together, and man, I can't say it enough, we love it when that happens. It's happening to a really, really great degree here. So keep that up. That's all good stuff. And folks at home, you know, when you contemplate doing something to your house, keep that in mind. That's really strong encouragement for us to give blessings and to move things along. You know, the massing diagram of the manor house to this building is just unbelievable. You know, it's a really hard scale to get your arms around without, you know, being on site. So it's good looking. With respect to the arch that we were talking about here a little bit, I suspect that you'll find more than one place to refine this plan as you move from this stage to construction. And it may be that you like it one way or another, and you probably would change your mind 3 times in between now and when you build it. The one thing I would say is that it kind of, there's 2 sides to this arch. There's the courtyard side, and then there's the other side, and the opening size is going to dictate, I think, the breadth of that arch, because you don't want to make the opening smaller to allow for that full half arch. So I'm willing to give the petitioner a little latitude there to study that and come up with their own conclusions on that one myself. I wouldn't want to dictate that solution. I think there's precedent for both kinds of arches. With, you know, like you say, there's building existing building construction that would echo this kind of an arch, and there's probably lots of precedent for a round arch in Norman architecture too. So I'm not too hung up with that myself. Otherwise, I think it's just a wonderful project. So certainly a great improvement to the building. So I'm in favor of it. I don't think it's problematic at all to need some storage for a building of this size. So, any other comments?
No, I'm supportive as well. I echo what you said.
All right, I'll ask for a motion.
I prepared one if you wish.
I love to hear it.
Based on the findings detailed in the applicable staff report dated September 24th, 2014, which document that the project complies with the standards in Chapter 51, Historic Preservation of the City Code, and with the criteria for a building scale variance, and incorporating the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner, and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings, I move that the commission, A, grant a certificate of appropriateness approving the demolition of a non-original garage and construction of a replacement garage and reconfiguration of a motor court at 111 West Westminster, consistent with the application and request presented to the commissioners by the petitioner. B, recommend that City Council approve the requisite building scale variance. C, condition its approval on the conditions of approval enumerated in the 3 numbered paragraphs on page 7 of the applicable staff report. I note that the issuance of the certificate of appropriateness will be conditional upon favorable action by the City Council on the building scale variance recommended by this commission, and will also require action by the Zoning Board of Appeals.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Swenson and Commissioner Alfe. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? So that passes. Congratulations. Thanks for changing those dormers on that one
yeah.
side. Good luck with that. All right.
Did it the wrong one.
The next petition is a consideration of a request for certificate of appropriateness, approving demolition of existing residence at 20 East Laurel Avenue and approving a replacement residence attached with, replacement residence attached and detaches garages, a pergola, and hardscape and landscape plans. No variants are requested. I'll ask if anyone has a conflict on this item.
I have a conflict. I'm currently working on a project with the petitioner,
All right, well, we'll excuse you, and if you want to watch us downstairs, come on up for our next petition when you can. Thanks, Wells. Anyone else? That's good. All right, when you get set up, just introduce yourself and let us know what you got.
Good evening, Board. My name is Tom Donahue with the Orrin Pickell Design Group, and Betsy Williams will be presenting also with me. She'll be handling the first half of the project, which is the historical aspects as well as the contextual issues, and I will be handling the new structure. We are here representing the Cerbers who are here in the audience, and Betsy, you want to start?
Sure. As Tom mentioned, I'm an architect with Orrin Pickell, as is Tom, and we have team members here also from Benjamin Historic Structures, Laura Knapp. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the demolition and then intended new construction for the Cerber family. This property, 20 East Laurel Avenue, is in the Green Bay Historic District, and as you've read in the report, it is a bit of a property that's in a bit of a transitional position. As you can see, it's the red site right in the middle, or the heart of that slide. It's transitional both in terms of the fact that it's located on the edge. You can see the kind of smaller, finer grain fabric to the right and the larger estate properties to the left or west. It's also, through the research of Susan Benjamin and her colleagues, been determined to be, while in the district, having no significant architectural history in terms of a known architect, remarkable design details, or anything of that nature that would suggest that we endeavor to keep it. Just to give you a sense of the neighborhood context and also the setting of this site, it is a very private site, half an acre. There are neighbors to 3 of the 4 sides, and as we've mentioned, and the staff report mentions, quite a variety of those kinds of neighbors. More estate-like, a property to the west, and then 2 houses to the east because of the subdivision of that property. But again, all of those properties are difficult to see from the Cerber site because of its location and size. There has been some effort to consider how to adaptively reuse this property, but again, as noted in the staff report and our findings, there are just way too many things that prevent it from being a home renovatable to the needs of the Cerber family, which Tom will talk about. Exposed heating systems, water damage, stairs in the middle of hallways, stairs that go nowhere on the upper left, and just even on the first floor, significant level changes because of a series of additions that have been done to this property over the many years since 1895. So moving to our goals to help Cerbers realize the family home that they intend for this site. Their hope was to have an in-town country cottage close to the amenities of town. Single-story living primarily, with some bedrooms upstairs for kids and grandkids, but a real goal was to be able to access the entire main functions of the house on one floor, which again wasn't possible in the existing house. They were very interested in a wraparound front porch to enjoy the beautiful site, which we're going to hear more about, including a heritage tree, but also just to enjoy watch the grandkids playing in the front yard. And they were attracted to a particular historic form, the gambrel roof form, which we were really excited about because we think it's a really kind of wonderful roof form that you'll see has a pretty incredible history of how it's been dealt with. So we decided to position the house in terms of our understanding of it historically, the house that Tom's going to describe. We're calling it sympathetic to something we would call a period revival home. And I'm just going to read this because this excites us in terms of how it really frames what we've tried to do. The period revival dwelling from 1910 to 1930 tends to be quaint and informal, although carefully disciplined. It does on occasion reproduce historic precedent with accuracy, but more often it assimilates and combines diverse motifs for convenience, gracious living, and artistic effect. Distinctive characteristics are garden setting, an additive composition, irregular fenestration, and vernacular roof shapes like the gambrel or shed to suggest an indigenous local style such as Spanish or Dutch colonial. And we think this describes our project actually very well. And it's actually pretty hard to do that kind of architecture. It's not as simple to just say, here it is, here's my style. It's a combination, and it has to be gracious and thoughtful. And this quote comes from the Field Guide to American Architecture, a noted book on the subject. And one of the examples that they cite right after that quote is a Dutch colonial home from Philadelphia. And again, this is relevant because it is a gambrel form. It's also used gambrels on the front in the dormer kind of role. It has a variety of window types. It has 3 kinds of dormers. It has a segmented bay, and it has a porch. And in this case, it's a stone facade, which is also a little bit unusual, you might think, for a gambrel house, but it's just reminding us that we see a lot of variations on this theme. Here's another one from a historic district in Georgia. In this case, we see some horizontal siding, but also some vertical board and batten in the main gambrel shape, which again, you're going to hear about in a little bit. So just some variety. Here's showing that, round shapes are sometimes combined with this gambrel form, bays, turrets, again, 2 kinds of dormers on this house as well. You see the gambrel form also emerging or appearing on the East Coast with a significant variety of forms associated with it. In this case, we're seeing the gambrels again, we're seeing porches, and we're seeing a bell dome on the upper right tower of that particular house. Here are a couple houses by Robert Stern, noted architect who uses architectural history very carefully when he designs and builds. The house on the left, although small image, you're seeing gambreled dormer shapes on the front of a long gambreled bar. On the right, upper right, you're seeing, again, a feature piece with a bell dome. The image on the right, also Robert Stern House, shows, again, some of those forms, and also shows some dormer variety on the left that relates to the project that we have designed for the Serber family. Back home, in a local scale, we're looking at contextual precedents in the neighborhood, some historic, some more recent, although still within the older than 50 or almost older than 50 years. So we're seeing the Cudahy estate on Green Bay Road. I apologize for not saying that right. Another house just north of that on Green Bay Road to the right is a gambrel form, but it's sort of been blocked by some smaller roof forms in the front of it. The 2 houses on the bottom are also gambrel formed massed homes. The one on the left is from 1957, and the one on the right is 1959. The one on the right, lower right, is one that you can see a little bit of from the backyard of the Serber property. We're going to transition now from history and precedents to what's being planned for the Serbers. The slide on the left is showing that site overlay, which I hope you've had a chance to see live on site. You can see the markings of the existing house are hatched, and then the new form is the heavy line moving just a little to the south of that. So you can see the positioning is similar relative to the road. And then I'm going to let Tom speak more to how that's evolved into the design that we want to show them, and you can see on the model. Thank you.
We took a lot of the forms of the existing house into consideration for the new design. The existing house has a driveway along the east or west side of the property. It has a detached garage in the back and also has a garage along the far northerly wing of the house with a large motor court in the back. The shape of the house is L-shaped, and you can see the new shape of the house fairly similar in shape. One of the things that the Serbers loved about this property was this expansive front lawn and the setting of the house further back. They wanted to enjoy the front property with the grandkids while sitting out on the front porch and having more of the backyard as a garden setting. So in doing so, we decided the best thing to do is to wrap the driveway, instead of along the west side of the property, bring it around to the east side of the property, have a guest parking area, and then further back to the garage to a motor court in back. What this did was several things. It opened up the large expanse of front lawn celebrated the heritage tree, as well as open up the backyard from views through the main living areas in the house to a garden setting, uninterrupted by cars and parking area. Oops. What do you have in here to advance it? The right one? Okay. The front facade is a gambrel form, has several gambrel forms. The main massing has a singular roofline expanse over the entire front. It has projection, and this is the library with a smaller gambrel. Several smaller dormers accentuating the front porch, and a double dormer centered over what is the master bath area. We have a wraparound porch with a gazebo, a standing seam copper roof at the corner. This anchors the corner and is a great place to sit and experience the front yard. The back of the house, you're looking in between the motor court, a double car garage, another form similar to the front, and some of the views off the back. Again, we went with a dormer similar to the one in the front with a double dormer shed, and then an Nantucket style dormer with two doghouse dormers with a shed form in between it. The side properties have the main gambrel roof line. You can see the gazebo and the wraparound porch, and then also the gambrel roof forms for the garage. The existing site slopes a bit down towards the back, and that was an issue with us with drainage between the two car garage. We considered dropping this lower car, this back garage more to a grade, but we would have a drainage issue in between there, since it's a motor court. So we decided to keep it level and then bring the grade down around the property. And then the floor plan, front entry, library, dining area, the wraparound porch with the gazebo element, the main living areas and the kitchen all have great views to the backyard here. Master suite, mat and bath, and then just the service areas of the house. And the second floor is basically future build out for resale purposes, and as well as a couple bedrooms for their kids. So, in conclusion, we feel this is an appropriate replacement for the existing structure and a nice addition to the street. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I would ask if there's a staff report.
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. This petition really has two main parts. The first is the request for approval of demolition of the existing structure. This property was on the market for a fairly long time, and as staff received contacts about the property, we did inform people that it was within the historic district and was identified as a contributing structure to the historic district. It is at the very edge of the Green Bay Road Historic District. The current petitioners have done their due diligence. They did hire a preservation consultant, had a very extensive assessment done, also had a structural report done. We do believe that their analysis is complete and thorough. It was interesting to recognize that although this property is identified as a contributing structure to the historic district, that contributing status was not justified, as is often the case, is most often the case for other properties that are identified as contributing. The reasonable conclusion is that because of its age, this property was included in the historic district and was identified as contributing. Evidence has been presented that there have been a number of alterations done over the years without an overall plan, and in fact, the original components of the house are difficult to distinguish. So city staff has come to the conclusion that demolition of the structure does meet the demolition criteria. Looking at the replacement structure, the proposed house is sited generally where the existing house is, a little bit forward, but still significantly set back on the lot. This property is unusual in that it immediately is adjacent to 5 other properties. Normally, that's not the case. However, a subdivision did occur to the east, so you have a situation where you have smaller lots, the transition of that area from Green Bay Road to Laurel, where you have 3 properties on the east side that abut some portion of this property line. So the concept of bringing the driveway across the property, in effect, at one point, the driveway appears to almost directly approach the first house located there and then run along the east property line. Certainly, I think the siting is something that we want to make sure is given adequate consideration. Having a buffer there, given that you have a larger property adjacent to several small properties, is really going to be important, and making sure that we don't create a situation where we have headlights impacting sides of homes is going to be important. Overall, a country home is desired with various elements. Further refinement, really looking at those gambrel roofs. They're used on various elevations with different exterior treatment techniques. And the gambrel roofs themselves, we look to the commission for some input. Some of those feel a bit squat, or the lower portion of the gambrel roofs, as you look at that pitch, whether that's a true gambrel or whether we're getting away from that style. On the north elevation, the gambrel that is the attached garage seems very large in relation to the other elements on the rear of the home. The garages are both proposed at 24 feet. The code does allow accessory buildings to be up to 25 feet. However, the rear garage, as was mentioned, there's a proposal to add about 4.5 feet of fill. The code does define height as being measured from the point of existing lowest grade. So in fact, as proposed, a height variance would be required for that rear garage. Certainly, anytime we look at significant grade changes on properties, we want to look at how that impacts neighboring properties, both from a drainage perspective, but also from a building height perspective. So in general, we're looking for input from the commission. We do believe that some refinement, some simplification of the elements, the gazebo out in front, interested in your comments on that. It does appear to be perhaps add a layer of additional complexity to that front elevation. You did receive a letter from the Preservation Foundation suggesting also that the south elevation be considered for some further refinement. We also received a letter late this afternoon on behalf of, I believe, 3 of the neighboring residents, noting that at least in one case, they didn't receive the city mailed notice. I will say that we did go back, check our records. The notice was sent out from our office. But at this point, city staff is recommending that you provide direction and input. We do believe it's appropriate to continue this matter. I think we really want to encourage discussion with neighbors. This is a large property. It's a significant change on the property. There are some siting issues that I think deserve some discussion. And I think some of the refinements, as we look at this more closely, would benefit from commission direction and then further commission review. So this evening, we are recommending that you provide input and continue this matter with direction to the petitioner to make refinements, but also to work with some neighboring property owners.
All right, thanks, Kathy. Now's an opportunity for questions of either the staff or the commissioners. Petitioners. Or the commissioners. Jasky.
Can
So-
you, I just have a question for the petitioner. Could you just maybe go through the south elevation again and just talk through just what you were trying to do and I guess both the inspiration from the architecture perspective and also the programmatic requirements and I think maybe we just start with that.
Excuse us, we'll be right there. Right there.
So the colored rendering might even be easier to talk to, if you have that one.
I could pass the model too if you, do you want to see the model?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize there was a model. Hey, guys, you know what? Let's take a minute and walk around and see the model. I didn't even notice it.
We'll take a minute
Guys
to learn how to
spent a
use this.
fortune on that model. Yeah.
It's always that way, isn't it?
You can talk while we're looking too if you want.
Well, actually, why don't we finish our looking and then we'll go sit, because
The architects took it.
Well, I do want to continue the discussion, but I don't want to short circuit the model looking at the same time. People at home are watching and listening, so it's hard to do when we're not walking around or when we are walking around. So, thanks. Sorry. Carry on.
Can you repeat the question you had?
Yeah, I think the question was just talk about the inspiration on the south elevation and just from an architecture perspective and also from a programmatic perspective. It seems like the porch was some of the driving influences in terms of the wraparound, but just wanted to hear that again from you, if you could present that, both from an architecture perspective, what inspired you, and also just the need and the function, the programmatic use of it on the south elevation.
Because the house was set so much further back from the street, it was almost, the backyard became the front yard. And some of the elements you might typically see on a rear of a house, like maybe the gazebo element, we wanted to put it at the front of the house and connect it to the wraparound porch, which is typically seen on the front of a house. To experience the front yard, it's a great space, and that's the best part of the house so far. The different dormer styles are typical with the Dutch colonial gambrel style. The single shed dormers coming off the main roof lines, mixed with double dormers. Sometimes they have gable roofs on it, doghouse style dormers. It's a based on the quote in the book, it's kind of a collaboration of different shapes and forms to make it fun and unique. So that's kind of where inspiration came from.
Okay. And in terms of the height of the garage structures, can you talk a little bit about the use of the space above it, or did you think about different height structures and?
The height of the structure really, it was the proportion of the main gambrel on a smaller scale. So the height of that could be reduced without affecting the architectural integrity of the look. Can it be reduced to the point where at the back garage, to go, we're raising grade 4.5 feet at the maximum at the back of that. I don't know if I could do that much without affecting the architectural style of that gambrel roof. Relationship to the attached portion of it, it would have to be looked at. Probably a couple feet lowering it would work. And going back to my engineer and saying, how could we regrade this lot to make the drainage work?
And so the space above the garage, is it storage?
It is a non-usable, storage out of a garage, pull down stair. It's not accessible any other way.
A question on the gambrels. I guess I'm a little troubled by the change of the siding on all of them, from the vertical to the horizontal. I know maybe you're still referring to that playful idea, but I find it a little uncomfortable. Did you ever look at just doing them the same? And they've got one's got a mixture and the other one's got all vertical. And
Are you talking about the gambrel ends or the dormers themselves? The gambrel ends. I have a frieze detail that wraps around the eave line of the roof, and I wanted to separate the frieze from the upper portion of the gambrels. That facilitated the sloping roof that comes up to the upper portion of the gable end of the gambrel. Using a different material other than the clapboard siding was an example that we had seen and thought looked good. That could easily go back to a clapboard siding. It's just an accentuation of that top gambrel end.
So in the rendering, the color rendering that we have in our packet, we have some different finishes shown for the different materials, and I don't know if that's just a graphic technique. The packet shows the exterior finish to be white, and so I'm wondering whether you would change the color of the different materials as per the color rendering kind of suggests, or would you, when you change from board and batten to clapboard to horizontal siding, would it always be white, or is the intention to change those colors?
If it goes back to a clapboard siding, I would keep it the same color as the siding on the main portion.
But what I'm saying is when you mix and match these materials as presented, was the intention to change the colors of the materials as well?
Yes, and to accentuate the gambrel end.
Okay, just asking. Other questions?
I have a couple questions, if I may. And leaving aside for the moment the question of the historical nature of the existing property, I note that it seems as if you are, by and large, placing the replacement property on kind of almost the footprint of the existing property.
Yes.
And from that standpoint, I was wondering if you could comment on the following. I was surprised that you did not seem to incorporate some of the what seemed like the very attractive design elements of the existing property. And I'm thinking, for example, not that I'm an architect, and I hope you'll correct my vocabulary, but as I was behind the house today, I just couldn't help but remark again and again on this one sort of gallery or arcade consisting of a series of arches which ran along one of the wings. And then as I was looking at the drawing made by a former resident of the house, which I think in a way really expressed some of the very positive design characteristics of the existing house, which sort of focused on the vertex from the rear of the two wings. that doesn't seem to really be carried over either. And I didn't mean to talk so long in asking the question, but I'm just asking, why, or am I wrong in saying we don't see a lot of the super attractive design elements from the old house?
It's a little bit different of a style. I mean, the existing house is a colonial style, and some of the repeated arch elements we didn't feel were appropriate for the style that was chosen here. As far as the focus of the apex of the bend at the back of the house, that's the front door for the house, and we didn't feel the front door would be appropriate at the back of the house for this, and that's why we kind of flipped it around, turned it inside out, but keeping the main forms at the exact location, so we can express views to the backyard and the English gardens that are intended to go there without messing it up with a mortar court. So. I hope I answered your question.
It was a broad question.
Okay.
Just a general question around, I guess, just time or opportunity to reach out to some of the neighbors to talk through the design. I guess one of the key elements of the 111 property on Westminster was that they got a chance to collaborate a little bit, and sometimes that can't happen because of schedules and other things. And I was just curious if there was some chances to talk to some of the neighbors, and if in general there's some openness to have those kind of discussions to get their points of view on if the shift of the driveway and the cars is causing them concern on sight lines or headlights and things like that. Just in general, if that's something that you'd be open to do, because sometimes if you're out of town and you get a notice, people get a little concerned, but after a cup of coffee and some conversations and maybe some perceived input into it and building relationships and talking through it and understanding the inspiration of what the homeowner is trying to do in terms of the architectural style goes a long way to just soothe that. So I was just curious if you had a chance to try to do that, or you'd be open to doing it.
We would be open to do it. We have not done it. There's a fence line and a fair amount of foliage around the property where sight lines at eye level are really limited to other properties. So we didn't feel as it is a concern if the neighbors feel it's a concern, but at the time we didn't.
Yeah, we will do that.
Yes,
I think everyone was moved by the presentation right before us, and it's a fantastic precedent for how it should be done, and we will do it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to happen all the time, and you're right. I mean, there's in some cases where you just say this is the architectural design, and this is what really speaks to us, and we're not here to really design the projects for you. We're just trying to promote a process of balancing the property rights of the owner and the adjacent properties and the character of the town and all that. So if the city's recommending a continuancy, then it's nice to maybe get together and talk through that. And if there's elements of tugs and nips just based on our feedback, that could maybe be incorporated in those discussions. So I would challenge us to sharpen the pencil. I'm probably the least inclined to give directed feedback on the designs because I don't feel like that's our role to design projects. Mm-hmm. And I think most people agree. But there seems like there's some consternation on the various elements in terms of their consistency and in the south elevation. And so if other commissioners have some questions or feedback, I think it's important if it gets continued that you get some directed action. So if you don't feel like that, please speak up.
Sure, input from the neighbors, sure. We'd be happy to entertain that.
Yeah, no, but I think also from us, I think it's,
Yeah. Well, we're not quite to deliberations, so I think there'll be an opportunity to just talk a little more about that. Let's see if there's any other questions from anyone. Questions? All right, thank you. And now's an opportunity if there's any public testimony on this item. All right, if there is, come on up and introduce yourself and let us know what your concerns are or other testimony.
Good evening. My name is Bob O'Donnell. I'm an attorney. I represent the three of the neighbors that Ms. Cerniak referred to, specifically Kathy Griffin, who's the property at 50 East Laurel, the Remingtons, who are here tonight, they're at 56 East Laurel, and the Napolis at 58. I first want to clarify, we're not suggesting that that the city's notice was in any way, shape, or form defective, circumstances being what they were, specifically as it pertained to Kathy Griffin. She simply didn't receive the notice. She didn't find out about the project till Monday night, and obviously she was had great concern given the proximity of this project to her relatively new home. I did ask in 2 letters to Ms. Cerniak if this could be continued in order to enable the neighbors to do 2 things. First, learn about the project and how it may impact their properties. Second, and as has been suggested tonight, to have some dialogue with the applicant to see if some of the issues that my clients have that as to potential adverse impacts can be addressed. And then, of course, if there are any issues, to bring back before you to do so specifically rather than just raising them as concerns or potential problems, and present you with whatever those may be in a more specific and material context, rather than simply saying we're concerned about this or that. So I just wanted to give context to the request. The concerns, candidly, that my clients have relate to the driveway relocation, relate to the 2 garages, the grade change, and specifically how it may or may not impact stormwater drainage, not only on the subject property, but their properties as well. And then also some issues with respect to the landscape elements, because having been on the properties myself today, I can say that there is and will be visual impact from specifically the Remingtons property to the new property, and we're not exactly clear now what existing landscaping will come down, will it change, how it will change, and how it will impact their property. So I just wanted to give context to the request that we did make, that the public hearing be continued. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And note is appropriate on that subject. I think it is our kind of prerogative at this time to continue this, although I'd like to keep it as a productive inquiry, both for the petitioner and for the neighbors. I think there's, we also got concerns from the historic preservation, the preservation
Foundation.
Help me, Foundation, there we go.
Foundation.
And I can tell that just from Commissioner Preschlack's comments, we're at least of a like mind on, needing more information on this, so that tells me all I need to know about 4 votes. So at the same time, I'm interested, it's a public testimony opportunity, in neighbors' comments on, their concerns. It's a great venue for us to be able to get those on the table. So please,
Thank
with
you.
that.
I'm Don Serber, my wife Nancy. We're the owners of the property. We have lived on the North Shore for over 40 years, raised our children here. We are good neighbors. We want to be good future neighbors. I would entertain that we meet with the neighbors, talk about the concerns, show the models. We do have flexibility. We are concerned about all 5 neighbors and how many pieces of property have 5 neighbors. So we will work diligently to make sure that we are good neighbors and we satisfy your concerns. The driveway currently is on the west side and comes within 5 feet of the structure. We saw more space on the east side and more opportunities for landscaping. So when we chose that repositioning of the driveway, it was basically in consideration of the neighbors. So with that, I propose that before the next meeting, we meet with all the neighbors. We will need a list. We do not live on the property. Our son lives on the property, which we'll have to remove him before we demolish.
Good luck with that.
So we do have time, and I suggest that we get all the names of our adjacent neighbors and get together before the next meeting.
Terrific. I appreciate those comments, and I'm sure Kathy'd be happy to help facilitate such a meeting. See if there's any other public testimony, and then we'll move on to deliberations. Anybody else want to come up? All right, thank you. Let's just talk about this a little bit. We've got some design concerns. We've got some neighbors concerned. We've heard from the owner. It's a great start towards that. I think in order not to beat this up too much tonight, what I'd like to do is just kind of talk about our knee-jerk reactions to some of the design elements. Let's not try to grade it too hard here, because I think that there's some great things about the design, and there's some concerns that we have as well, and so I think there's some areas for improvement. So if you don't mind me going first, I will, since I'm talking already. Most of the comments we got, both from the foundation and from the city staff, had to do with the complexity of the front elevation. In the city ordinance, there's a couple different references to keeping it simple. I'm not going to be able to quote them offhand, but there's talking of how many kinds of exterior materials you use, et cetera, et cetera. And so without trying to find chapter and verse on that, I would encourage you to go back, look at those designs, think about whether it makes sense to have quite as much going on here. When you have a lot going on, it makes for a very complex composition. It can be done really well. It's just really difficult to do. And I would say that we're not quite there yet for some reason. I don't know, I'm not going to tell you why. It's not because of one thing or another. It's just, it's a little unsettling, and I think it's because it's complicated. The massing I would pay particular attention to. In the model is actually a great tool for this. You can see that the garage massing somehow fighting the main building massing. My suggestion would be on the garage is to find a way to bring the grade back to as close to the existing grade as possible. Raising grade 4 feet in these kind of size lots is meaningful to the neighbors and hard to do, and it's expensive because you have to bring dirt in. Stepping down the transition from the house to the garage to the drive court to the next garage, or some such solution might help you minimize that grade change and help you with the massing, actually. It seems like I can't believe I'm even saying this, but it seems like the main house could actually benefit from being a little taller. But I think what we're just seeing is the composition is just not quite resolved yet. And so I'd encourage you to look at that closer. One more issue would be siting. This is an interesting site. We have two houses to the west that are situated on an angle to the street. Then there's the two houses that are immediately to the east that are, rectilinear or, perpendicular, or however you want to say it. So I'm not sure that would change how you would site the house, but it would be interesting. It's always helpful for us to see how the nearby adjacent houses relate to the house, and it's hard to tell from just the only tool we have for doing that right now is the over aerial photograph, if you will. So I'd look at that a little bit and see if there's something different, but I'm not upset or challenged by the driveway location, the changing it from the west side to the east side. I think there's something kind of interesting, nice about that. It's a nice kind of entrance to the house. I could see how that could work well. I think you just have to think about the neighbor. Seems like the forward neighbor actually might be that might not impose anything on them, but the rear neighbor might actually have more impact because of the action around the driveway. So landscaping in that case. And then I can't help but just talk about the gazebo, and this is one of these ones I shouldn't even say, but for some reason I'm finding myself wanting that gazebo to go all the way to the ground. And it's just a personal knee-jerk reaction, so don't take it too seriously. But in general, I think this is a good start, and I think you've got a little bit of polish to put on this, but I would encourage you to talk to the neighbors and take it a little, just do some refinements to it. What else you guys got?
Yeah, no, I think that's a nice summary. I would probably be I would have less difficulty with some of the specific design elements, but I would be encouraged if you tried to resolve some of those on the front elevation. I think my biggest concerns, just as a neighbor, would be the drainage and the sight line, and so I think your comments on grade would be the ones, and massing on the garage structures would probably be the ones that I would, provide the most feedback on. And in terms of tweaks to the main house and resolving any consistency issues and all that, I'm not really prone to try to do that. But I could, if you sharpen the pencil there, I think that would be fine. And if there's some latitude on the sight lines of the house and the height of that structure and some of the massing of the garages, I think I'd be fine with that.
Chairman, may I make some comments?
Sure, please do.
Not for the first time, I find myself in the awkward position of, after people have been discussing gazebos and fenestration and brambles and things, of saying that perhaps it's worthwhile to spend some time looking at the properties of the existing structure as a historical property, for which we are being asked to issue a demolition permit, which will permanently eradicate it from the face of the earth. And so I'd like to say a few things about that, if I
It's
may.
very, very appropriate.
In my opinion, the record clearly documents that the residence at 20 East Laurel Avenue is of historical importance, historically significant. One, it is officially listed as a contributing structure in a historic district. Two, constructed in 1895, it is certainly one of the older homes in Lake Forest. Three, for 120 years, it has served as a home for the families of many distinguished individuals who have contributed in significant ways to the development of this nation, including Medal of Honor winners and the first woman head of the Shedd Aquarium and many other things. Individuals who have contributed to the development of this nation and this region, and who have cherished it as the dream house on Laurel Avenue, and drawn portraits of the home, which they provide in their personal memoirs. Four, the extraordinary history of the maintenance and improvement of the property by its successive owners, as meticulously detailed in the city's permit records, I believe should properly be considered an important historic element of the property, and not as representing the destruction of the property's historicity. Second thing I wanted to say, if I may. Because Lake Forest is a living, dynamic community, not a museum, in my view, the community, and sometimes us, is always engaged in a balancing of current utility and historic preservation when we're dealing with historic properties. In my view, the community generally does this balancing in a very consistent way for all but the most extraordinary properties. Historic properties little affected by physical depreciation and functional obsolescence are preserved and restored. Historic properties somewhat more affected by physical depreciation and functional obsolescence are subject to adaptive reuse. And historic properties which are gravely affected by physical depreciation and functional obsolescence are sometimes subject to demolition and replacement. I suggest, and I wanted to throw this out there to get to the point, that even if this historic property is considered to be subject to demolition and replacement, an effort should be made to mitigate the impact on the community's historic preservation effort. And how could this be done? One way it could be done is that perhaps a file could be compiled for the Lake Forest, Lake Bluff Historical Society containing a version of the Historic Preservations Consultant Report and good quality facsimiles of a comprehensive set of underlying original source materials, including, especially if possible, the memoir and related art of former resident Marion Phillips Douglas. I mean, in this way, even if the property is removed, the history can perhaps be preserved to some extent, and I think it's a worthwhile thing to consider. Two, I suggest that perhaps, given that the new property is very much on the footprint of the old property, that to the extent possible, design elements from the old property that are considered to be positive could be incorporated in the new property. And then finally, I suggest that consideration be given to an archaeological survey being made as the existing structure is removed to identify and recover any Native American or settler artifacts of note. That's very commonly been done in different parts of Lake Forest as new development is undertaken, and the findings have often been remarkable.
All right, thanks for the deliberations on that. John, I would ask the city staff if there's any comment with respect to our making up of new rules as we go along.
It actually would not be unusual at all, and it was probably our oversight to not require documentation of the existing structure, and certainly they have a very good start, so certainly that is
Won't be hard.
a reasonable condition, and certainly some type of attention during demolition and during excavation to looking for anything that might be of significance. Both of those are
So you would
completely
mind,
appropriate.
in your next shot at this, including such a reference to an existing requirement in the ordinance that we could point to that's not something that we're just creating? Because I think that we've done this many, many times as a requirement.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
John, can I ask you just a question? Because I appreciate the feedback and the, so on the criteria for the demolition.
Yes.
That we need to consider, and I think you're right to bring it back to the first step in the process. I tend to give a little credence to the city in terms of the interpretation of that criteria, and there's not a real strong noted architect that is in the mix here, but I'm just curious, what criteria do you feel like are not in support of demolition, given the 5 that we have to consider?
Well, and I think it's a very good question. And so the way this is done, and as is often the case, so that the matter is treated as an absolute, right? And so when you are looking at the criteria, right? I would say that many of the elements that people look at when considering whether a property is of significant historical value, right, actually appear here. And that's what I meant by the first little part of the presentation. That is, in fact, it is officially listed as a contributing structure in a historic district. It is, in fact, by our standards here, not if we were in Athens, but by our standards here, pretty darn old, right? And certainly one of the older homes in Lake Forest. It has, in fact, been associated with individuals of historic importance nationally and regionally. And has been very, in terms of its design elements, has been considered, while not by other folks, but by folks who have lived there, as having highly desirable design elements.
Yeah, no, I just there's 5 criteria, and maybe
yes.
let me just walk through them, and maybe we can all talk about them. The first one is that the demolition would be detrimental to the public interest or contrary to the general welfare of the town. The second one is that the structure contributes to the distinctive historic, cultural, architectural character of the district as a whole. The third is that the demolition of the project would be contrary to the purpose and the intent of this charter. And the fourth one is that this structure is of such old or unusual, uncommon design and texture that it would be hard to reproduce. It's kind of scarce or rare. And the fifth one is, except in those cases where the owner has no plans for a period of up to 5 years to replace an existing landmark or property or structure, no certificate shall be issued.
Sure.
So I think, in listening to you, I'm just trying to understand, because...
So you want to map my comments onto that, and I'm glad to do it with you, so why don't we take it step by step?
Let me just finish for a sec. I think the contributing structure is the real key. And it reminds me of the Gardener's Cottage a little bit a couple of years ago. I don't know if you remember that petition where it was part of an estate and it was a contributing structure, and a couple of us had a hard time getting rid of it. And, so I was kind of in John's chair and talking through it a little bit. And so I think in that petition, one of the things that I wish I had done or we had done was to maybe look at the contributing structure designation, and there's ways for us to decouple the demolition from just saying it's no longer a contributing structure. I mean, or thinking about that, because we kind of blended the two in that one, if you remember, with one fell swoop, or at least we didn't have explicit conversations on it. So we could, and we don't need to do it here per se tonight, but I think, the guide for us is what constitutes a contributing structure.
So, but Jim,
and these criteria, right?
I don't mean to cut you off, but we have absolute criteria. That's absolute. We also understand that underlying the absolute criteria is a purely subjective opinion about whether it meets the absolute criteria. You know what I'm saying?
The fact that the fellow who first flew around the world in a U.S. naval plane and was awarded the Congressional of Honor lived here, does that reflect cultural importance?
Yeah.
Some people might say yes.
That's right.
Some people might say,
that's right.
I don't care.
Well, yeah,
and I'm saying,
at least in the subjective realm, let's anchor them to the criteria.
Yeah. By the standards that we have in this town, for example, when we talk about a building perhaps on the west side of town, we say, an important surgeon lived there, and that's why it should be a designated historic monument. Some people might agree with that, some people might disagree with that. But within that sort of framework, my point to you is many people of national and regional importance, right, lived in this house.
Where were you during the Barra discussion? That's what I'd like to know.
I think we all realize that in the Barra discussion. It's just, I think we have to look at our criteria. And yes, it is subjective, but we have to apply and do our best job to interpret the facts to these criteria. And
did turn Barra down.
And Barra wasn't recommended by us.
I know.
There were economic considerations that the council.
We need to do at the city council meeting.
But Jim, since we're colloquying here, if I could just add.
No, I'm not.
No, that's fine.
I'm saying you're doing the right thing, John. I'm just saying we use the criteria to focus the conversation.
Right, and so I'm glad to work with you to map what I'm saying onto the criteria, because I think they map in a very natural way. But my point is also a little different, because I've been on this commission long enough to know that frequently projects like this are going to happen. And my only point is that even if projects like this are going to happen, it doesn't mean that the opportunity to mitigate the impact, right, on the community's historic preservation effort has entirely disappeared. Right.
Yes,
things can still be done. It's not all or nothing. Things can still be done.
No one's arguing that.
Further the historic preservation effort.
Yeah, no one's arguing that. That's a good point.
Any other deliberations?
Well, no, I mean, I think if we can't give them design feedback on the new structure,
there you go.
If there's some issues around
I agree.
Whether or not we're going to propose the demolition of it. So we either got to tease out the criteria and where people are and give them a general sense that we'd be supportive of it.
I agree. I agree. Want me to start?
Okay.
So I agree with everything you said, except for the fact that it's significant. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
From my point of view, this is it's a serviceable building, but it's not of historical significance. Susan Benjamin doesn't think it is. The staff doesn't think it is. They've weighed the criteria the same way you've weighed it. They just have a different subjective opinion. The Historic Foundation didn't even mention it in their review. And frankly, it didn't even occur to me that we should start there, because it's of such modest character that I'm not at all worried about losing this as an artifact in City of Lake Forest. So that's just my opinion on it. Anybody else?
Yeah, I agree, and I agree with John's comments around, if that's the case, there's still actions that we can do to try to preserve and document things.
Absolutely. Mary Ellen, any comments?
No.
Okay.
Really?
Bob?
So my understanding that we are going to settle the demolition thing tonight?
No, we're not gonna, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make this a productive meeting for the petitioner. And so if they know that their job over the course of their next few weeks is not only to meet with neighbors and improve their design, but also to bolster their case in demolition, well, that's important for them to walk away. And, or if they understand our prerogative is much, more all along the lines of John's, well, they might leave them with a different position. So it's important for them to kind of get a sense for where the commissioners are coming out on this, even if they don't know that, if they haven't decided.
Okay, I think this one's tricky because this home has had so many additions and alterations that it doesn't look historic anymore. Just by the fact that the bones are historic, I see your point. But it doesn't have the appearance or the feeling of it being historic. So where do we go from there? Do we change our perspective and do we change what we stand for because it doesn't look historic? Or because, do we have a percentage? If 30% has been altered or if 50% has been altered, then does it become not historic anymore? It's just, this is a tough one. The gardener's cottage, I think, looked more historic. There were more historic elements that remained, and it looked like it was intact. This does not look like an intact 1890 something house to me.
There are specific criteria not to go to cite that particular case, and we've looked at a number of demolitions over the years, but important architects, unique characters, these are the established criteria. None of these things these have been studied and weighed in by the historic consultant. We don't even know who the architect was on this. It's not easily distinguishable in style from any other building, from hundreds of other buildings, thousands of other buildings, right? So this is not something that if we were to lose, we would go, oh my God, I can never understand how they designed that building again.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just, that's not where we are with this. This is a perfectly pedestrian, serviceable, nice house. And we don't like to lose them, but, on the other hand, this is a opportunity to have a significant investment in our community. That's what we're here for. We're here to allow that to happen, not to find ways to, blockade that. That's my feeling. We're here, when we have an important one that we want to protect, it's our job to protect it. When we have one that doesn't meet the criteria, it's our job to allow it to allow progress to happen and to make sure it happens in a controlled way and a way that's beneficial to the neighborhood. So that's how I come down on it. I'm going to move to continue. I can't even make a motion. Can somebody move to continue?
I move that we continue this
Thank you.
matter.
I appreciate the motion. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Swenson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, I hope you've given you some direction there. I also think that there's an opportunity over the course of the next few weeks, days, whatever timeframe commissioners have in mind to funnel additional questions and comments to Kathy, in which, if she does that, she'll distribute those both to commissioners and to the petitioner. So I would encourage commissioners both here and if they're absent to do so, so that you have the benefit of that input. And Bob, it sounds like you have one more comment, sorry.
Just a comment and a question. First of all, we will meet with the neighbors. That's a commitment. We want to see that happen. We want to move forward. Just a brief question about the continuation on the demolition. The house does not meet code. It's not a safe place to live. It's not a healthy place to live. Help me understand what we have to do to move the commission to approve demolition.
I think, given the conversation we just had, that would be difficult.
That's the reason I'm confused, because
Kathy, give us some follow-up on that. I'm sorry, you're talking about something immediate or something down
no,
the
we
road?
started out. I read Kathy and the staff as well as the commission that we had two issues tonight.
Yes.
One is to approve demolition.
Yes.
And one is to approve the new structure.
Right. And so
where I'm confused is on the demolition side, because if we can't get past that, this project makes no sense financially.
Right.
It's not a safe structure to live in.
Yeah.
We do have some other options, but if we come back a month from now or 2 months from now and we still don't get clarity on demolition, it leaves us, at least right now, without talking to the rest of the team, very confused.
Yeah, I would say that our inclination on demolition is usually to not rule on a demolition without the replacement structure in hand, knowing what that structure is. So it's unusual for us to knock something down and say, we'll see what happens down the road.
Okay.
We don't like to do that. Very extenuating circumstances to get us to support that, and let alone the city staff to support that. So, that being said, we wouldn't act on one part of the petition without understanding the other part of the petition. At the same time, I think that there's some significant interest in the existing structure here from at least a couple of the commissioners. And so it may serve you well to do a little bit more homework on that. And I think Kathy would have some ideas for you on ways to either improve your argument or bolster your case for what you're what record you're preserving that might help overcome those commissioners. And I would, I think a dialogue with her on that would maybe shed some more light on that. And as I say, there's an opportunity for a little Q&A with individual commissioners on specific target, through Kathy. She can do that. She can circulate that information as she sees fit and decide what she can share and can't share.
Thank you.
Does a good job with that.
Is it wrong to kind of just do a little bit of a roll call? I mean, I kind of sense that there's three that would kind of lean towards that if the replacement structure was.
Well, I would just caution that, there's support both ways on that. Also, we have at least one commissioner that's not here in the room today. So I'm a little wary of giving them any further indication than what we've done. People have given their impressions, and I think if there's further feedback that you want to give to Kathy, that you want to communicate to them, I think that's appropriate, and the commissioners can do that.
Well, has everybody given their, at least, I think we all owe the petitioner at least how we're feeling about it right now, in terms of
He's trying to put
that direction.
He's trying to put you on the spot, Bob.
Well, no, I think look, I mean, I think if you put yourself in a homeowner's position around the project and moving forward with it or not, and investing resources and emotional energy into it, I don't know that many facts that are going to be different after tonight that are going to cause us to have a different opinion. You can talk about pros for it or not, but give a general sense on the 5 criteria and how this evidence speaks to you, and give them some feedback. I mean, I think that's the least we could do, each one of us.
Fair enough. I think we've heard from the 4 of us. Bob, we haven't gotten any feedback from you. Do you have any opinion that you can inform us with at the moment, or is this something you're not?
I would be comfortable with the demolition.
You would be comfortable. Okay, so there you go. All right, we're going to move to the next petition. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate your time tonight, and I appreciate the neighbors for coming out. All right, does anyone need a break? I think we're going to take a 5-minute break if that pleases the court, as they say.
I haven't drawn it taller before, too. Isn't that funny?
I said I would be
Making it
comfortable with the
taller.
demolition.
No, it's fine. Well, sure, you're here for that. There's nothing.
Somebody
wrong
got
with
to go get well.
settled in Lake Forest. Mr. Pope's home was built on the end of what was then on Wensia Road and is a small last bit of corner of the Green Bay Historic District. What the heck, yeah. This is a 1928 map, and you've seen it in your package, but the property is at the end of what was just a short on Wensia Road at that time. On Wensia Road ended there, and it was the greater part of the estate of Leander McCormick. And it's very interesting because in the late 1800s, this area was the second golf course in Lake Forest. So very interesting for the golf fans. But at that time, there was just a short section of what at that time was very small properties for East Lake Forest, where most of the time, I'm sorry, at the time was mostly estate properties. The property at 20 on Wensia is about 3 acres, and you'll see the house here positioned with the garage additions to the west center of the property. It's mostly a wooded property. The house sits well back. Really, one significant tree that I've found in mostly scrub type of trees, a major significant, magnificent oak in the backyard. What I put up is a little bit of the historic look at the property. At that time, it's very interesting to show you some pictures. Most of East Lake Forest was prairie, unlike the forest we see now. Mr. Pope had a stable here where he kept his horses. I said in the report he might have hunted fox with the folks at the time. I'm not sure in the 20s they were still hunting fox, but I think so. But certainly on Wensia Club, which this borders to the north, was very, very big. They had riding stables here. They had actually a riding center that was located there at the time. And Miss Klein remembers walking through what was not woods then, but open prairie across to on Wensia. So it's very interesting the changes. Mr. Pope built his house in about 22, 23, a English style house, and then later added a porch to the west side, and then in the 30s added a room to the east side, which originally was a quarantine room during the time of scarlet fever, and then later I think migrated into a study, fireplace added, a one-car garage, and that remained relatively intact until today. Just real quickly, the floor plan, very interesting, although it's not a large house for the area. The main part of the house is really 2 rooms, a very, very large living room, a large dining room, both with fireplaces, wonderful. Not much has changed. A small kitchen. Originally, there was a back stair for the service and an elevator later there, now a kitchen. Again, the screen porch and the study, which at some point absorbed a powder room for facilities. Upstairs, 4 bedrooms, I think originally even 4 baths, and on the 3rd floor. So for a small house, it had a lot of facilities. And then again, the garage that was added later, a covered porch. Very interesting, a little room here, which actually was a small mudroom, which provided access from the one-car garage through a small door into the study. Real briefly, a few shots of the house after it was originally built. A fire, Mr. Pope rebuilt it with concrete floors, but you'll see some shots of the various, and I won't dwell on those. But it's very interesting to see some of the shots looking across, again, open prairie, unlike the wooded area. You'll see the horses. Very, very interesting. And again, I won't dwell on those. And Mr. Pope's family. Mr. Pope lived in this house until from the 20s until his death in the 70s, raised his family there. You'll see from the pictures, had the family around, the grandchildren, brothers, sisters, etc. Very important to Mr. Pope, his family. After 70, the family rented the house until the 90s, and then Miss Klein took ownership in the 90s and has lived there since. We originally talked about 10 years ago of the possibilities for the property, and you know, with the times, it's taken some time to get back to it. But I would like to jump forward to really a few conceptual design issues which were significant, and you have seen in your package that we looked at massing the additions in several ways, and I again won't dwell on those were in your package. But what we did was choose to pursue the third option, which provided us, one, our objective of the integrity, keeping the integrity of Mr. Pope's original home, and then to create a stately feel for the house, which is consistent with the nature of Onwensia Road, which is a collection of some of the most wonderful country homes around. Just real briefly, again, as it developed from the original house to create a secondary mass, garage and service quarters above. We then introduced a connection on the second floor, located our center new kitchen, and then extended into the backyard a pavilion of sorts, which is the family room. A little bit of the development. And then floor plan wise, you'll see the existing house remains basically intact: living room, dining room, sun porch or screen porch, and study. We've pulled the small powder room over here, moving it back into this corner with a larger mudroom entry. The new two-car garage about in the same location as Mr. Pope's one-car garage. We've taken his back stairway, relocated it over to here. You'll see the center hearth kitchen, very large island, and then a family room, which was created as again a pavilion of sorts. As we were projecting this into the backyard, we did not want to interrupt the flow of the gardens, so the concept was a lot of light windows around this pavilion. And if I can, real quickly, again, the conservatory, a very common room to an English house, and again, the idea of the pavilion in the back is windows around so that we have the light and gardens moving through that projection into the backyard. And then you'll see here we've introduced in the plan, you'll see over the kitchen hearth breakfast island a sky window, again similar to real briefly, the new front elevation maintains the integrity of Mr. Pope's home, and the secondary massing to the rear and the connection element to the back. You'll see the pavilion, the secondary mass we've created to house a garage and service or bedrooms above. Real briefly, in your package, some fly-arounds. And I would like to point out, we did have an awkward little remnant in the back corner where next to the pavilion, we had a projecting element. That's simplified much more than you'll see in your package. Our elevations have a much smaller element than you'll see in the 3Ds. The 3D was a remnant of a much larger bay projecting out to the east from that rear element. That's simplified, and your elevations are correct to what we are proposing, much simpler. Again, we have the model here that we can turn around and show you that. The proposed home with the additions, again, centers itself into the property, growing to the east. You can see that we still have substantial buffer to the neighbors. Privacy is one of the most significant, I think, elements of this part of Onwensia. Very, very private homes, buffers, heavily wooded. So our intention is certainly to protect that. We did reach out and provide neighbors full packages of our proposal, and had some conversations, I believe. And I did receive in the staff report today the letter that I believe you have from Mrs. Boardman. And, I'd like to just, say that it would be our intention certainly to maintain and provide additional buffer along that property. And it would be our intention to work with Mrs. Boardman. She did suggest possibly a stone wall. I'm not sure a stone wall might be appropriate here, but certainly we would work to enhance that privacy between those neighbors. Real briefly, we did look at this house is not necessarily complete. It's complete as Ms. Klein intends to do, at least for the near future. But we did want to introduce some elements that, whether it's Ms. Klein or the next couple generations of the family, that was currently we're just proposing a 2-car garage, which is probably small for the property, and we're showing here the possibility of a future 2-car garage. Again, you'll see that it well respects the side yard setback, leaving us substantial room for buffer. A possible tennis court at some future time on the property, and then certainly the development of probably formal gardens here where Mr. Pope's gardens were, and possibly some other gardens throughout the backyard. This is just a little look for you at the existing house as it sits, and a perspective of the proposed home. And lastly, again, what probably Mr. Pope would be most proud of. I'm not sure he was a person to be so proud of a house. It was a home to him and his family. We'll introduce you to what will be the 4th and 5th generation of Mr. Pope's family that will hopefully soon occupy the house. So thank you very much, and be happy to certainly answer any questions you might have.
Terrific. Let's see if there's a staff report, and then we'll take a look at the model.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a pretty significant addition. It's pretty much doubling the size of the home. But given the size of the lot, it's over 3 acres. And so with the addition, the residence still significantly under bulk. There are a couple issues that we wanted to bring up. The packet that was presented to us gives us a couple alternative massing studies, and they chose C as their choice, which is very understandable and looks good, but there is one issue with the connecting element. The existing porch is proposed for renovation, and that will serve as the connection between the existing home and the condition, so just like further understanding of how that would work is kind of needed. There is the large skylight. It's a very significant skylight. It's proposed over on one of the new additions, and so we request more information about whether or not you believe it is inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. And pretty much staff just recommends that we continue this petition. There are 8 points that outline the more information, more details that are kind of needed and necessary in order to further move on with this. But in addition to the one neighbor correspondence that we received, there was an additional neighbor that had concerns about the continuous construction and the noise, and so that can also be discussed. But yeah, in general, there's just a little bit more details that are needed.
All right, thank you. Why don't we take a quick minute and walk around, and we guys can take a peek at all sides of this model, and then we'll proceed. If we stand there too long, we start deliberating, so I purposely try to move them along when they start doing that. It's not. All right, now's an opportunity to ask questions of the petitioner or of staff, if anyone has any questions.
I have a few.
There you go.
A couple things. The 2 porch roofs, both the front and the one on the side, seem to run into the windows. Are those windows going to stay that way, or is that just
run into I'm sorry, sir. Which
the front entrance one and the one on the side, the new porch on the side?
Over the front door.
The ridge line is up into the window.
It's the gable of the front door canopy that.
And the one on the side as well, the porch.
Let me see if the front porch. Let me find an elevation.
Probably won't do that.
So actually on the front elevation, Bob, the window's raised. It's not on the model that way, but if you look at the front elevation, it's different than the model.
Yeah, I don't think we have any conflicts.
You're shortening that window, or?
No. I think that if the model, if you're suggesting that the model, it may well be that the model wasn't built with incredibly accuracy, but the front porch is existing. It's not changing, and doesn't hit the window.
It's below the window at this point. Yeah. And the side one as well.
I think the side one as well is. We're not impacting the windows.
Limitations of foam core.
Yeah. And then I don't know if it's the model or it looked to me on the drawings that roof that has the skylight in it is pitched on your drawings and flat on this.
It is ineffectively flat, but will have a certain pitch to drain water from. Again, we don't want to have a flat roof to contain water, so we would have a reasonable, minimal slope to drain water from that.
Okay, so you're not doing it like the drawing here that has an actual slope that matches the rest of the roofs.
I think that the skylight itself.
No, the skylight is shown in this drawing here. It's sloped. The roof is sloped, and the skylight itself matches that slope.
Right, but then those will hit a section of flat roof. The skylight is only really over the center island area, and then if the roof flattens out, so it's a much smaller projection.
Yeah, I'm just, if this one that shows the drawing of the rear east and rear west, it's the one I'm looking at. Let me see if I can- The link between the family room and the rest of the house seems to have a pitched roof.
The link between the family room
and the main part of the house.
Pardon me, let me get organized here and find it. I went through this so fast that I lost my drawings. Pardon me, let me find a set of drawings.
Yeah, it's the one with the 5 elevations on, or, well, 4 of them are perspectives and one's a front elevation. That's the one. One in the upper right and upper left-hand corner, the roof connecting the family room to the house is drawn as a slope with a skylight in it.
I think what that shows is the skylights only being at the top of that element, where here I'm showing that glass continuing down. So I think what you're saying is that element coming down to a flat roof, but what's a little confusing there is I think the way the 3Ds are shown is only a small amount of glass at the top of that.
Okay, so what you're proposing is a little different than what's on here.
In terms of how much light it is, I think, again, this one is probably suggesting that whole thing is glass, where I think this is suggesting a much smaller amount of glass on the top.
Let me put a finer point on it. In the model, the skylight and the well that the skylight sits in is really not something that you see from almost any location from grade. As you walk around the house, you know, it's the light is there, but it's not up high on a peaked roof anywhere. It's situated down low. Is that the idea? That's how it'll be executed?
Yes, sir. It certainly isn't going to be
I think
any
that's
higher
the main
I
question
apologize
is
if
how
I'm
much of
not
that will we
articulating
see.
that
This
well.
one is very visible.
Here it's in your face on the elevation, but I think in the model it shows it down in a well, and I think if that's the intent, it mitigates the concern a little bit of what staff, you know, trying to understand the character of what the skylight was doing to this house. So, other questions?
I have a question. Oh, sorry, Mary Ellen.
Oh, it's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
I have a question about the front deck. I wonder if you can explain the intended use. It's rather large. Do they intend to put patio furniture on it?
I think there would be some intention to have that as, again, we may have 4 small children there, and the idea would be that's their part of the house. They're very, very small. They wouldn't have to be moving out and back for long periods of time, that they could potentially use that as a play area. I don't see it being a substantial amount of furniture out there. But what it does is, by flattening that out, it did a couple things. I think it allowed the windows from the second floor. If we go up the steps into that house, you're looking at a gable roof, a small gable that's over that porch, and it compromises the view from the second floor hallway and the beautiful windows there. So by lowering that, it provided a far better view across there, and then it also then I think helped us to break the massing up and not create roofs dipping down. It allowed us to simplify a lot of things, in addition to functionally providing a space that would be used by the family, but not one that would have furniture placed in it for.
The next family that owns the house might do that, though. And it is a very formal street, and the original home is sort of very ordered and formal, and I'm just wondering about the future use of that front patio.
I think it's probably, and when we do patios or when we do decks off of master bedrooms, we tell people it's not something that a family uses. It's in the middle of the second floor. I don't think that there's really any real usage of that.
It's just so big that just to leave it empty, I think people would be tempted to put things out there.
How big is it? Could you give us a sense for that? It's hard to.
I'm sorry?
How big is that area? Is that a 10 by 10 area?
It's probably, it is probably
15?
I think it's probably 15 wide by about 10 deep. Yes.
And it would have a balustrade across the front. It's showed better in the 3D picture.
There absolutely is a balustrade across the.
And the finishes on this house are all intended to echo the current house in terms of wood clapboard and white paint. And
Exactly, yes, sir. All of the details. Failed to mention that, but simulated divided light windows, wood windows, and all details matching the existing house.
And the roof of this is?
It would be cedar when we're done. It's currently shingle, but
Shingle.
probably historically it was either cedar or slate, but it would be our intention to turn that back.
Any other questions?
Just one more is, I guess I'm a little troubled by if the rhythm of those columns on the screen porch could be changed a little bit so the door didn't have a little bit of a side screen. In other words, get the rhythms to match the door width somehow.
I understand, yes, sir.
Other questions?
I do have a question, if I may. And so when I inspected this property today, and I do want to it seemed to me that the house may be in a significantly deteriorated condition. And, but I'm not an architect or a building inspector, but I just was wondering if you could comment on that, and if you could maybe then provide a little background on the context in which we're going from a house which appears to be in a significantly deteriorated condition to what, I mean though it's what?
It's just been redone.
Yeah, if I can speak.
Okay, I'm worried that I may have gone to the wrong
No.
wrong house.
The exterior of the house is certainly in need of care, and it would be the intention. But this house, as I mentioned in the report, was built very, very strong. It has actually concrete floors on the first floor, structurally sound. But the exterior has not had any attention for many, many, many years. So the idea would be good solid bones, very good solid concrete foundations, framing, structure, etc. The part that we are going to be doing some work on is the roof over that study. That study will get a new roof. It probably gets reworked of some of the wall structures, but the original house is relatively in good shape internally and has gone through some renovations internally. But the outside, it was actually Ms. Klein's intent to be doing repairs and painting this summer, And I suggested to her that if you're taking on a project like this, it might be better just to wait until, until that happens. But, you're absolutely right. The property is in need of some care, and this would be a chance to enhance the...
And I apologize, ma'am. I was only outside.
You're right.
Any other questions for the staff or petitioners?
I had a similar concern looking at the house. It looked like, it was in slightly deteriorated shape. And is it going to be able to withstand the new construction? Just want to make sure that you've
Absolutely. I think what you're
surveyed the
saying,
interior
you're
of the
absolutely
structure.
saying, exterior. There's the siding, again, the siding is almost 100 years old, and this siding lasts for hundreds of years. But it wanted to be painted this summer, and probably would have been painted if I hadn't interceded. But it does want to go through some detail repairs of the siding, possibly, and I'm hopeful that this project moves forward, a replacement of the vinyl clad windows that were done to that house, and change those back to wood windows. The openings weren't changed, but the windows in are aluminum of various types, and the idea would be to improve on those back to the pretty much original type of window.
Okay. Is the remodeling of the existing portion going to be pretty extensive, or is it?
It is not. The inside has been remodeled in the last so many months. So if you walk in, the inside has been done, bathrooms, kitchens, etc. And in effect, our only impact on the house is moving through some windows or openings and creating those into doors. So we're leaving the original house relatively intact, and it stands alone as a wonderful kind of formal part of the house with the living room, dining room, butler's kitchen, and those have been renovated recently.
Okay. Yeah. The porch looks like a lot of fun. I did one of those myself, and I was out there today. It's wonderful. But this is a pretty ambitious plan, doubling the size of the house. So
yes, it is.
Just want to make sure you go all the way.
Yes, it is. And I think that without going back and moving through some work on the existing house, changing the roof back to cedar, changing some of those windows, you'll see cladding that went over the wood trim. That really needs to be pulled off, and the windows. There are several windows that are original. One actually, in the upstairs that are the original casement windows. So we have original detailing on the outside that we would go back and remove the cladding of the windows, fix the window trims, hopefully replace those windows that have been changed from wood to aluminum, and then continue that through the new. But mostly it's an exterior repairing and replacing some of the original siding, and certainly cleaning it up, painting it. Yeah, it definitely needs a little
TLC.
And again, I'll mention again that Ms. Klein's intentions, she had a contract ready to sign and paint in the last couple of months, last month. And I suggested that we should just see where we're at.
I have a question. So you've seen the staff report, I assume? It's in the...
Yes, sir.
And so do you have any questions with respect to the comments in the staff report, their rationale on their 8 points for why they would suggest a continuance is required here to develop details and a little more specificity to the plans? I want to make sure that the petitioner is, understands the staff comments. So I just wanted to make sure that you
Well,
did.
I would like, I guess, to touch on them a little bit.
Sure.
Again, we did provide a demolition plan in the 1/4-inch plans that we gave to the staff. but happy to provide additional detailing. Again, would like to reinforce that we're doing very little to the existing interior of that house. We think that the plan we've developed works really well, leaving that as a formal part of the house. So there is very little demolition to the existing house, which, again, is part of our objective.
Yeah, I think that's helpful for them to understand. I'm sure that the question is born out of the concept of, is this a demolition or is this an addition? And so they need to quantify that to their ordinance, so that's probably why they're asking for those details. Yeah.
Again, some detailing. As I mentioned, we are going to be utilizing detailing from the existing house in terms of gables, overhang, rake boards, window trims.
And if I didn't let that last one go, I didn't mean to insinuate anything by it, but it has not been so unusual for us to approve an addition and then find out someone really tore the house down.
Yeah, in fact, that's
it's happened.
I think Ms. Klein has you know, it's
So just throw
totally
that
her
out there.
intent and our intent to protect that house, and we, you know, so, but I do understand your question.
Yeah.
In terms of detailing, we're more than happy to provide additional detailing. We really don't have any problems with it, but I would like to clarify that the phasing that the neighbors brought up and that's spoke to in the report, what we're proposing is simply what you see. What we did was to propose what might occur in the future, a master plan of sorts, so that this made sense and those others made sense. And we wanted to put those forward to the board just so the board had a sense of where this potentially goes. But there is no intent in the short term to move beyond what we're proposing
So the
here.
request is for the current work only?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
And again, that was the neighbor's concern, so we'd like to, you know, speak to that again. There's no intention to go beyond this proposal for the near future.
I had a question on that. Kathy, was the neighbor's concern the phasing of this scope project in terms of its plan, design, and construction, or was it the broader master plan, or both? Or
I think just understanding the timeline or the expected completion date, as was mentioned, there has been work going on the site. So I think the sense of, is there a completion of one project in a time period where there's not work? And does the whole property kind of get restored at one point, and is at the end of phase one? You know, work on the exterior of the existing house and the first part of the addition. So just understanding a little bit more.
Absolutely.
And I think as you move into your construction drawings, those can help. I don't think we're asking for something different in between, but I think what we have right now is really pretty high-level conceptual. So as you move into those construction drawings, I think those will help answer our questions, and we can just circle back with you for a final approval understanding of the detail.
Absolutely. You know, take no exception to everything Kathy has asked for is very reasonable, and
Okay,
we have
great.
intention to provide.
Any other questions? We'll see if there's any public questions or testimony on this subject. Does anybody from the public want to address us? And I see none, so it's an opportunity for us to deliberate if we have such deliberations.
I still have a problem with the front deck.
Okay.
You know, future generations might use it as a chance to barbecue, or, you know, put an umbrella out there, or some Little Tykes plastic cars. And I think it's a very formal street, and I'm not sure that the neighbors would really appreciate having that large of a porch on the front facade of the house on the second floor. I know what your intended use is, but, you know, things happen and owners change and situations change, and
I know it's not the time, but could I speak to it? That house is 400 feet back from the road, and I would suggest that probably very few of you actually knew that house existed there. So it's really, if somebody had a little tyke out there, nobody could see it from the street. It is really way back there. That's the beauty of these properties. But I do, and I apologize for interrupting. It's not my
All
turn.
right,
to
I
interrupt.
grant you that exception.
I just think
Thanks.
the casual nature of that just does a disservice to the formal nature of the existing home and the existing design.
Any other deliberations from folks?
I really like the massing and the balance. So between the alternatives, I thought C was really good choice, and I really like that they're, trying to preserve the integrity of the existing structure.
I love hearing you talk about the massing. That's great.
Yeah, no, right. No, because it's. I think it has nice symmetry and.
I agree.
You're starting to convert me to the conceptual architectural design motif. But no, I mean, I think it's really well done. I think on the deck or any part, I mean, I think there's people with good graces and taste and wanting to be good neighbors in our community, just kind of by definition. You could have, your yard cluttered with toys and junk and be, more disruptive. So I tend not to maybe be as concerned about
You're trusting.
a nice space. Well, I mean, we can't legislate, common sense and other things like that. But so I think, I'm favorably inclined. I think the questions around the integrity of the structure are really good points. There have been a couple petitions in front of us where something has gotten away from the original intent, and I defer to maybe the engineer or the city staff to maybe look at that again and sharpen the pencil and just make sure everyone's comfortable with that before we. And then on the neighbor's side, I mean, I'm sure there's construction takes a long time, but I think a staging plan and best efforts to try to expedite phase one and in a thoughtful way is important.
Good news is it's a fairly large lot, and so there's ways to mitigate traffic and landscaping. Those are the concerns the staff has put forth already. So I think that those are things that, with some homework, when work with the staff, they can mitigate. I'm kind of like you, Jim. I find myself liking the massing. I'm actually a little concerned that the massing can be maintained as they develop the details of the construction. And so I'm interested to see how a section works through this building, because I think one thing I'm worried of is the middle of this house getting bigger and bigger. I really like the two masses. I like the small element. I don't mind the balcony. I actually like the architectural element of the balcony. Breaks up that massing. I like that it's set back. I'd study that existing front porch, and I'm not advocating changing it, but it's a little diminutive compared to the whole scale of this house now. But maybe that's okay. It's hard to tell, as you say, it's a little bit of a study model and not so much of a completed exercise. But I think that there's, I like the casual feel of this house. It's existing that way. It continues that way. I think holding the original design motif of the house together in terms of the execution, the colors, the windows, the siding, all that kind of that, I think it could all work. I think a cedar roof would be great looking on this thing. So, I'm generally supportive. I would encourage us to continue it and to get the questions resolved. And I think it's got some really nice things about it. What do you think?
My primary concern would be feasibility in terms of the current condition of the property, which I can only view from the outside, and whether perhaps the sorts of issues which might arise could lead to changes in scope that might be unfeasible.
Sir? Big project.
It's a big project.
Any other deliberations? Is everybody else supportive of a motion to continue here?
Yeah.
All right, I'll ask if anyone wants to make that motion. It's an easy motion.
I move that we continue this matter.
Nicely done.
The motion's been made by Commissioner Travers, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Alfe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that's continued. Good luck with that. We're anxious to see how it develops. I'm sure that some attention with staff will help you there. All right, we have one more petition for the evening. It's 9:30. We'll see if we can get through it. It is somewhere in here. I got it. Consideration of a request for a certificate of appropriateness for a new single-family residence garage and associated landscaping on a vacant lot located at 940 East Illinois. No variances are requested. I'll ask the commissioners if anyone has a conflict on this.
No.
I see none. Kathy, while we're setting up, I have an interesting question to ask you about, which is the address here. It was pointed out to me that the address is not sequential on this lot.
The address is incorrect. It was pulled from an old petition.
Okay.
And yes, it needs to be something more like 970, but we will make that correction prior to permitting.
Thank you. So this resident, 970-ish.
970-ish.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
We were just handed landscape plans. We have not had a chance to look at them, but we
Well, thank you.
will distribute them.
Okay, thank you. All right, so when you get ready, just introduce yourself and let us know what you're doing.
Thanks.
Kathy, how do you switch back to, oh, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening. My name is Scott Stradiff, and I will be presenting this petition tonight on behalf of the owner, Mr. Martin Rootberg, and as well as Lakeshore Development Group, who's here tonight. The primary intent of this petition is to request the approval of an approximately 5,500 square foot new residence to be located at 940 East Illinois Road. Property is located on the north side of Illinois Road between Sheridan and Mayflower. The 47,414 square foot subject property was subdivided in 1986, which you see up here, and is currently a vacant lot. This stretch of Illinois Road is characterized by a fairly wooded streetscape with homes of varying styles ranging from larger estate homes from the early 1910s and 20s to infill houses constructed in the 1950s and 60s, to newer constructed homes, including the immediate neighbor to the east, which was constructed in 1999. I'm just going to show you a few photographs of the surrounding neighborhood. These photographs were taken in the winter because many of these homes are difficult to see during the summer months because it's a very wooded street. So this is looking east from the subject property. This is looking also east from the subject property. This is a view looking to the west. And then these are some of the surrounding homes. This is 900 Illinois Road, which is one of the larger homes on the street. This is the view from the street in the winter. This is 945 Illinois Road. This is 950 Illinois Road. This is the house immediately to the west of the subject property. And this is the home immediately to the east of the subject property. And then these are just a few other well-known houses along this stretch of Illinois Road. This is the estate house designed by James Gamble Rogers in 1926, which sits on a lot in depth directly to the north of the subject property. And this is the view of that home standing in the center of that property. I'm just going to take some time to talk about the proposed new residence. This is the front elevation of the proposed new residence. The proposed 1.5 and 2-story residence meets the current bulk and building scale ordinance and conforms to all zoning requirements. The central mass of the home has a height of approximately 34 feet, with secondary 1.5-story masses at approximately 28 feet. The home is comparable in size or smaller to many of the properties in its close proximity, as illustrated in the photos of the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed design consists of a modest, symmetrically balanced 2-story central mass with secondary asymmetrically balanced 1 and 1.5 story eave lines that serve to minimize the apparent mass and height of the home. The proposed design exemplifies a traditional character. It has a balanced composition. It uses a simple palette of high-quality traditional materials and details, which we have samples of. The house is composed of natural materials such as Lannon stone laid in a random ashlar pattern, carved limestone accents at the front entry portico, wood trim in a neutral color, simple decorative iron balconies. The windows are simulated true divided lights with a clad exterior. The roof is slate with a copper standing seam at the bays and the dormers. The gutters and downspouts will be half-round copper with round downspouts. And the front and rear terraces will be natural stone and antique pavers, and the driveway will be a combination of asphalt and crushed bluestone. This is the southwest elevation, which partially faces or is partially oriented towards the street. This is the northeast elevation, which primarily faces the Conservancy easement. And then this is the rear elevation. The house has precedence as it works within the tradition of French architectural influences. Our intent is to propose a house that has a subdued and understated aesthetic that maintains the classic elegance of the surrounding neighborhood. This is just a general site plan. The siting and design of this residence has been carefully studied to minimize the impact to the existing mature trees on the property. The design of the home is compact, and it revolves around a central forecourt which services both the garage and the formal entry. We looked at several design alternatives to this, but used this design approach to minimize the impact to the Conservancy easement. I'd like to point out that this property has a large buffer of Conservancy on all sides of the property. It's 50 feet on the front, the north and the east, and then 20 feet on the west. And this Conservancy easement can't really be touched without prior written consent, so our intent is to really leave that intact. So the integration of home and landscape is, however, very important to the owners, and a landscape plan has been developed for your review. But the landscape plan really focuses on the landscaping around the house rather than out on the property borders, because the Conservancy easement is really meant to be protected and maintained. Also, an engineering plan has been developed which addresses the issues of utility access, topography, tree preservation, site drainage, and stormwater management. So in conclusion, we hope the board has a clear understanding of the unique features of this property. We have created a sensitive design which responds to and enhances this distinctive neighborhood. We believe the design conforms to the relevant criteria put forth by the Historic Preservation Commission, and balances the needs and desires of the property owners while respecting the goals of the city to manage growth of Lake Forest with a sense of preservation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll ask if there's a staff report.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, firstly, I want to just note the memo from the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation. They do note that this is a highly sensitive neighborhood for architecture, and this new home must be 100% compatible with those, because there are so many famous architects who work in the close proximity of this home. And going off of that, the plan as proposed is currently 3% over bulk, which we need to note that they are not requesting a building scale variance because it is a new construction. There would just need to be changes made into their plans in order to come under the maximum allowance. And because this is also a vacant lot, it's heavily wooded, and so there will be a significant amount of trees that will be removed for the construction. They did note that they are planning on conserving as many as they can, but just they'll inadvertently with the construction, more will be lost than initially planned most of the time. And so there just needs to be all possible measures made in order to protect and treat the existing trees with as much care as possible. The one concern that was brought up by both the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation as well as in our report is the front entry. The front facade in general is pretty simple in design, and the front entry, they said, is very formal in design, and so consideration should be given to simplify the structure above the door, because all other entry points in this new residence are very simple, and so they just want to give consideration to the simplification of that front entrance to just be more consistent in the front facade. Let's see. I do not believe there's any more large details, just it's overall consistent, the architecture as proposed with the neighborhood, and so in general, we recommend approval to be given if they meet the various conditions laid out within our report.
So I have to ask a question about the bulk. I'm not sure I understand. You're saying that the request is not to include a variance, but the condition would be that the house be made smaller so that it does not exceed the bulk? Is that the?
Yes. There is no justification to vote for a building scale variance because it is a new construction.
Understand.
And so right now, the maximum allowance of square footage, as noted in the staff report, is 5,563 square feet. And right now they sit at 5,733 square feet.
Okay.
And then there's also the garage space and the design elements.
Okay.
So it's not that significant. They would just, in order for it to be approved, it would need to be adjusted.
Let's start there with our questions to the petitioner. Do you understand that condition, and do you have a suggestion as to how you might change the petition to eliminate 170 square feet? And I wanted to point out while you're thinking about that, this says a large attic space, 242 square feet of this area is just, due to the roof profile of this building. I don't believe it's over the height limit for that, and it's in character with many of the other buildings. So let me ask the staff, the way the ordinance is written, they're just not allowed to ask for a bulk variance?
I can't recall, normally building scale variances are related in some way to some type of previous condition or hardship.
Right.
I can't recall a building scale variance being granted for a new residence.
Okay.
So I guess it's
checking. Just checking.
It's tradition, I guess, or.
So, I mean, the challenge here is that you're recommending approval, but you're not telling us what we're approving, because how do you take 170 square feet out of this building is a challenge, I think. Maybe it's not, but, so I'm not sure we have the tools to do anything other than talk about it, but I can't see given a recommendation on a project I don't know what I'm approving. So if you knew how you would change it, that would potentially affect our decision, or we can condition it upon, something that would make sense to us to condition it upon. But, and understand the sensitivity of it. I hate to delay something that might otherwise get passed, but it seems like this was an obstacle that we either have to face right now or give you time to think about.
Sure. And obviously, there's a whole level of design development that is going to have to come into play after, after this.
Sure.
All this is really at the schematic level at this point. Our intention is absolutely to bring this under bulk. When we laid this out, we actually did the bulk calculations and submitted the bulk book, and our calculations were slightly under, and then the city did their calculations and they were slightly over. So we're going to have to kind of sit down and have a discussion and see where those inconsistencies are coming into play, and then we can But it's, you know, it's 170 square feet over according to the city, which is 3%. I don't see that being.
So you would say that you would not significantly change the design or character of the house to bring that into conformance? You just work through that with the city?
We would just work that through that with the city and through design development, and it would likely be spread all over the house. You know, 6 inches here. Just put it on a little diet.
Yep. Sounds terrible.
It's never worked for me, but
6 inches, I think.
6 inches.
That's what associates are for, probably.
No, thank you. That helps. Any other questions for?
Hey, Scott, I had a question for you. Can't believe I'm asking all these architecture-related questions, but can you just talk a little bit about the orientation of the house on the lot and why you chose to do that? You know, my initial reaction to the facade is it's very formal, and I saw the French influences, and you know, it looks you know, very structured, and then the angle in which it is accessed seems to be more of a, you know, it's more of a country style, or I don't know, just kind of a pathway that is nestled into a wood. So I'm just kind of curious about that dichotomy. It just could be in my mind, but I just wanted to talk to you about that because I didn't get a general sense for on the streetscape what I would see walking. You know, I usually drive past these houses, and they're all different, so there's not one right architecture there, and it doesn't need to be 100% of some kind of mythical standard, but I'm just curious how you position the house in terms of its orientation to the street and how that was juxtaposed with the architecture.
Yeah. Well, a couple things. One is the access to the lot. The curb cut is pre-existing, so you know, that's going to kind of dictate. And we wanted to have some sort of a sense of arrival as you kind of curve and come into the street. And the street itself is very. I mean, very few houses are actually squared up to the street. The street winds around all over the place, and many of them are, you know, really at all different angles, as you can see here from the aerial view. So and then finally the conservancy easement, which is, you know, we have a very tight condition if we really want to maintain and preserve that thick buffer of screening around the property, which I think is really characteristic of the whole street. And but I also like the idea of once you kind of pull into off the street and into and have that sense of arrival with sort of a formal access where the drive kind of approaches right at the front entry.
And were there some privacy considerations for the neighbor on the west of the lot? Or there's good coverage, but it seems like that's part of it too? Or?
There are some privacy considerations. In fact, they're here tonight, and we met with them on Monday night and had good discussion about you know, possible ways to add additional screening because their patio and the patio of this proposed structure will sort of be related to each other. Although there is a you know, probably a 40-foot buffer of screening in between there, and the two patios are over 100 feet apart. They're probably 120 feet apart from one another.
So you're talking about the back patio in the landscape design you just gave us, this one?
Yeah, so the back patio of this house here,
yeah,
you know, is kind of the closest neighbor to the back of the proposed property.
Yeah. And was the curb cut a real defining factor, or is it just there, right? I mean,
yeah, it's there. Kathy actually might have a little bit more history.
I don't want to oversimplify it, but is that?
The subdivision specified that curb cut originally was to serve this property and the lot in depth behind. The lot in depth behind has since carved another access, but yes, this curb cut was directed as part of the subdivision to be the only curb cut.
Okay.
Other questions?
I have one for Bailey. You mentioned briefly something about simplifying the exterior, and I didn't quite catch what you were saying.
Yes.
Someone wanted to simplify the exterior. Who was
both,
that?
Within the memo from the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation,
okay.
they had mentioned in the agreement through our staff report the simplification of the front door and that element around that. Currently, it's significantly more extravagant than the rest of the entryways into the home, and they believe that it does not coincide with the simplicity of the front facade in general. So it's just like that, there's a small element, I don't know if we could get that back up. Can we get the front elevation back up?
So, Scott, while you're up there, how about it? There's two things they bring up, the front entrance and the windows. And let's tackle the windows first. I think that the reference to the windows is probably talking about, well, I'm not sure, frankly, if this is what it's talking about. I'm wondering if they're talking about the fact that we've got all of these divided lights. I'm not sure what else they would be talking about. But is there anything about let's just ask you about the level of study. You know, is this one of these aspects that is still subject to some design development, or has this been studied pretty hard and this is what you think is appropriate for this house? And I take all these comments from other folks with a grain of salt until I hear your explanations to them, so.
Well, I think the windows are fairly consistent around the exterior, and the divided lights are fairly consistent. My goal is always to try and have a consistency to the proportions of the widths and heights of the divided lights, which will come into play when we get into the design development and really look hard at each size of each window. This does not have any vertical mutton bars in this design. It's all sort of a horizontal mutton bars. I think possibly some consistency in the arches will be something that we'll develop.
Sorry, we were going to pass the model around while you were talking. I've neglected to do that. You gave it to us. It's actually a very helpful tool, particularly for a house that's presented obliquely to the street, because you see the entrance element that's not just at this entry, but also above the garage, and then there's the detail of this little balustraded porch. It's kind of an interesting composition altogether. It's really hard to get out of the two-dimensional drawing. So appreciate those models when you do those. That's very helpful.
And then, you know, we've had a lot of discussion about the front entry, and I would be open to simplifying it.
Just put it on a diet.
It's very French. It's very.
6 inches.
But there's a classic David Adler house, I think, on the street that is a great example of a very simple limestone entryway right here.
Yeah.
We could really work on, I guess, developing that.
Yeah. I can see where their comment comes from. I'm not sure how to resolve it, but I see that there's something going on there that's the hierarchy. It doesn't exactly work for me. Maybe it's the fact that those urns go all the way up to the top of that roof. I don't know what it is. You know, you can work on it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Other questions for the petitioner or for the staff?
And just, Scott, on the landscaping, you had mentioned so there are no plans to do any perimeter landscaping just because it's under conservancy and there's adequate coverage, or is there intent to do that? Or?
That's correct. You know, there's a lot of possibly invasive species in that conservancy, buckthorn, and so that then you get into the question of whether you should be removing that. And then if some of that stuff is removed, then we likely will replace it with some evergreen screening and I'm actually, the landscape architect is here tonight, and he might be able to speak more to that then.
And I could just clarify, there will be a significant number of replacement tree inches required on this property. And the city arborist will look at those conservation easements, identify gaps, and really look at how to reforest those areas, because we know that the tree loss on this property could be significant as you change the grade, as you add impervious surface. So we'll start with a certain number of replacement inches. Some of those will be double inch for inch because we're losing high quality trees, but that number may grow. So there may be an extended period over which replanting in those conservation easements needs to occur.
So I think we'd be negligent not to at least ask the landscape architect a question, since he's here and he's given us a plan that the staff hasn't seen before. Maybe you could just give us 2 minutes on this plan and just walk us through it. I think that would be helpful for all parties.
Well, basically, The invasive species are at a minimum. There are some buckthorn, and they're all around the perimeter. As far as important trees, oak trees are not in this property. There are some hickories that are significant, and those are the major impact trees that would be lost. I don't believe, from what I've seen and the review of the Bartlett tree experts in evaluating the trees, I don't see any significant loss of important trees. For the most part, the hickories are in the area, within the area of the constructions and not in the conservatory. There are no maples. The oak trees are in the conservatory area, won't be impacted. And I feel that the design that supplements the architectural statement is such that it will have minimal impact on the health of the trees. One other statement I'd like to make is that the evaluation by the experts at Bartlett Trees have found that just less than 15% of the trees are healthy. And I'm talking only about significant trees. For the most part, their evaluation is not good. And I think that whatever conditions follow the architectural event would improve the conditions of the existing important trees.
Interesting. Other questions on the landscape plan from any of the commissioners?
So what's the driver of that illness or poor health for the significant trees? You said 15% that are deemed healthy, is that right?
No. The 15% of the overall, there are 121 trees evaluated by Bartlett Trees, and very few of them, and only some of the hickories. And I'm not saying hickories aren't important, but they're great for barbecuing as well. But I don't think there are any shagbark hickories that are used for barbecuing. The impact of the exterior landscape design is such that I intended to complement the French statement and do a marriage between the indoors and the outdoors so that there is a stronger relationship of the outdoor statement that reflects into the house in terms of visual use as well as functional use. Very, very significant statement is the axis in the back of reflecting the architectural axis from the front door right through the center of the house and into the backyard. And then the outlets from that circle, which is very, very French and Mediterranean in nature at any rate. But the movement from that space into and out into the rest of the property is important to unify the property and the architectural statement to come.
Could I ask a question? Sure. I took my glasses off, and so I could really see some of the detail better. And it appears to be indicated that in the middle of the circle will be an existing 29-inch in diameter tree.
Yeah. And did you note that it's a little bit to the right?
Okay.
So I think if you look even a little closer, I would love to see that. That's my own personal opinion, and I'm not the architect, but I would love to see the house shifted about 1.5 feet to the right, to center of the tree. And
he's not going to bring it next time.
You bring left at home. May I ask what kind of tree it is, sir?
I believe it's a hickory.
Hickory. Oh,
yeah.
That's great.
And I love the idea of utilizing existing important trees and unifying it with the house.
All right, I'm going to...
Pardon me, the Bleck plan kind of indicates that that's a cottonwood. So it's a large tree, but it's...
Well, if it's a cottonwood, I think it doesn't even count as a replacement inch.
I know.
You don't want that over your patio.
No, you certainly don't want to...
Sure. And you know what? If it's a cottonwood, I'd like to replace it with a big oak or hickory.
You're supposed to ask how big.
You can't buy a 29-inch oak or hickory.
You know.
Except for really short ones.
Other questions for the, I'm gonna ask you to come down here because it's 5 after 10.
Okay.
Let's see if we have any other questions besides how to move a cottonwood.
Sorry.
Yeah. Can I say, Scott, these are really wonderful hand drawings, the elevations. But, you know, there is a certain, it is a little overly ornate, I think, but that's something you'll be working on, I suppose. But yeah, they're really great hand drawings, which, you know, we don't see that anymore.
Any other questions for anyone? I'll ask if there's any public testimony on this subject. Come on up and introduce yourself and tell us what you think. And
Good evening. My name is Carl Schmidt. I'm here with my wife, Crystal. We moved to 940 Illinois 11 years ago, and so we are direct neighbors to the proposed house here. And we had a chance to meet with the architect and the builders and get some input from them. I think as immediate neighbors and the ones that are closest to the proposed property, privacy is the big concern. Obviously, having enjoyed privacy on East Illinois for the 11 years, the concern here arises from the placement of the house on the property. We understand that there are conservancy setbacks, which are 50 feet on all sides except on the side that is the side closest to the neighbor, which is us, which is only 20. So we're trying to understand what the conservancy means and whether that can change or whether that is in the end etched in stone and determines where the pocket for the house has to remain, because otherwise, the placement of the house to give decent privacy would, in our opinion, obviously be better in the middle, because on all other sides, neighbors are much further away than on the west where we are.
Mr. Schmidt, your address is?
To the west.
To the west? Your address is
950 East Illinois.
950. Sorry, sir.
You saw the picture with the white shutters. That picture was taken at the time you moved in. It must be 11 years old. So, but nevertheless, the house itself remained architecturally somewhat the same. So that's the concern as to is there any room and how it relates to the conservancy rules, which we are not familiar with, because obviously that would allow a placement that not only would protect the privacy at the affected area, but also probably allows to preserve different trees in the way we saw the inventory of trees on the lot. And I don't know if it's possible to see this here. I don't know if I can project from here.
You want to see the site plan? So while we're fiddling with that, Kathy, do we know the answer to that question? I think we might.
The conservation easements were established at the time of subdivision, so they are reflected on the recorded plat of subdivision. 50-foot conservation easements were placed on the streetscape side, on the east side, which was adjacent to the driveway, and on the north side, because the manor house is a lot in depth. So the 20-foot setback is the standard setback in the R4 district. So that west side was left as the standard 20-foot. So those are on the plat of subdivision. We could not, for instance, change the east side to 30 feet and change the west side to 30 or 40 feet without going back and actually amending the plat of subdivision.
Got it.
Kathy, does someone hold the conservation easements, or is it an easement to the public in general?
In this case, it's simply a platted easement.
Okay.
And the intent is that those areas should stay natural. And if non-native vegetation is removed, for instance, if buckthorn is removed, it could only be done with city approval, and the same density in native plantings would need to be put back, for instance, dogwood or some other appropriate. But those areas also need to remain wooded. So again, there will be the trees near the house. Our city arborist has looked at that. Once you do all that digging, once you change the water flow, this is an undisturbed property, so you are going to lose a significant number of trees. The replantings will be required in those conservation easements, and it may be over a series of years after the house is completed.
And just so I'm clear on this, the only area that is not the case is the 20-foot west side yard setback, which is not in a conservation easement?
I believe there is a conservation easement on that side, but
That's what I understood, it's just smaller, right?
I mean, it doesn't say that on the plan, but that doesn't mean it's not the case. So.
That's right, it just says building setback, not conservation setback.
I'd have to check the plat of subdivision.
Well, and
I
my
don't know
question on that
offhand.
is that if that is not conservation easement, that's an area where you could affect different landscaping than the natural state.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else for?
Well, in terms of that, then, the question, what is the remedy, landscaping to be put into effect, because the patios, as was said
Yes.
already, are meeting each other. So the concern is that we'll find the right solution with evergreens or any other natural screening to, avoid a clash of privacy there.
Sure. And that's not an unusual thing for us to normally look at, so it's important for us to distinguish whether or not that conservation easement is in fact at that area or not, because we could either impose landscaping requirements there or not, depending on the answer to that question. But I appreciate your comments.
Just to clarify, even if it is a conservation easement on the west side, you could, as part of your condition, certainly this landscape plan that was just submitted, it shows landscaping around the house, but it would need to be augmented to show the preserved areas, and you could direct that even if that is a conservation easement, certainly conservation easements allow additional plantings of appropriate
Native species,
So
yeah.
you could direct that we work with the neighboring property owner to address that issue.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Scott, has this come up with your clients at all? Because, I mean, it works both ways in terms of privacy, and, it seems like you'd be spending a fair amount of time on that patio, and you wouldn't want to say hi to neighbor all the time and, all that. So I think there's a mutual interest here in making sure that it's remedied, because on one hand, maybe you're getting screened from the cars coming in and out and the unloading and the garage activity, but the family time in the back, it really coincides. And so I'm just curious if they thought of those trade-offs. That was kind of what I was asking when I brought it up initially, and if they're sensitive to it and they want to make sure that they have the same level of privacy, or they don't, or just where their head is. Can you give us a sense?
Absolutely. I mean, this is in the best interest of both parties to have as much privacy because the owners of this property want their privacy as well. So but really, when you look at this conservation easement, and start to think about where you have open space for a small yard, the orientation, I think, works well the way it is, given all the other things that we discussed earlier. And it's really a matter of kind of maximizing the buffer with additional plantings and screening, I think. So we're willing to work at that.
May I make a significant observation, please? I walked through the site and observed the neighbors on all sides. And one thing we should understand, there are no conifers, evergreens, only deciduous trees, shrubs, and plants in this entire area. So when we talk about preserving now, in the summer months when there's foliation on all the plants, the trees and such, you can't see through. In the winter, obviously, you'll have the penetrating of the from both sides. But I would be very, very reluctant to impact the conservancy area with conifers because it goes against what is existing and in natural view and look of that area, and the whole area surrounding us.
So you wouldn't feel comfortable even putting in arborvitae or white
I would
pine?
be totally against it, and that's not maybe. It doesn't fit.
Yeah, it's not the intention
And
of the
you know
easement.
what? If you do that, you won't see anything but the arborvitae, and that's not good.
So Kathy, what's the process to potentially change the plat on the conservation side or on the east side of the property or the west to do something different, or is that?
Actually, I've looked at this closer, and the west side of the property, that 20-foot is a building setback line, is not a conservation easement. So that does mean that we can work with the city arborist, with the property owner, with the neighboring property owner, and determine what is the right way to screen that area.
On the other hand, it doesn't necessarily, change the character of the vegetation there, and the comments from the landscape architect that, say that's really not the appropriate material to intermix with what's there. You know what I'm saying? It's like all of a sudden you can't just take one side of the property and turn it into a arborvitae screen.
And I'm not suggesting what the solution would be, but I think there is a solution.
Okay.
Well, I'm just suggesting that if we unconstrained it, like Scott, if I said to you, there's no 50-set conservation easement on the north or the east and design a house for this property, would you come up with something different, or is this the optimal place for it just based on the site topography? And if you come up with a different answer and there's a process, then it's worth exploring. If not, then it's...
I think
Well,
trying to amend the plat to remove or reduce conservation easements that have been in place for a long time would be very difficult.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want to send the petitioner essentially on a wild goose chase.
And
I
I'm
think
not
that
sure
would be
that
difficult.
there's a big, the juice is worth the squeeze, as they say, because, you could move this house at maximum 30 feet east, and I'm not sure it changes the character of what you would landscape between them two. I'm not, 30 feet's a lot of space, but it doesn't double the distance.
It's 33% or whatever.
Yeah, maybe so. Anyway.
I'm just asking the question. I'm not saying, I think for
planting,
for the...
It would allow some more screening.
Yeah.
I'd also like to point out, sorry to interrupt, there's a 50-foot conservation easement here, and then there's also another 50-foot conservation easement here. And then this doesn't show it, but there's actually an addition on this house that comes out right here.
I see.
And then the patio is on this side of that addition. So there's really just a small window kind of right in this area where there's that direct connection that we need to deal, we need to have some sort of a landscape solution to. But I think for the most part, that's 100 feet of forest that's going to remain looking out onto the back of the property. So,
Scott, have you have you played with rotating the footprint?
I have, and we can continue to look at that. we got to work with that curb cut too, and
Yeah.
the approach into the house. But we can play with that a little bit more. There's room, a little bit of wiggle room.
Any other public testimony? All right, thank you very much. Did you have something else for us? Okay,
no,
thank
this
you.
is the main concern. And
Okay, thank you.
Privacy and landscaping are a combination that we need to achieve. One shouldn't be sacrificed to the other.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out tonight and sitting through the evening. It's been a long one to get that. All right, it's an opportunity for us to deliberate. If anyone has deliberations.
I'll make one comment, if I may, relative to the situation of this house on the site. The last one of these we looked at, which was in this same part of town, construction on a new house on a site that had never been built on before. The very esteemed architect involved was situating the house in a very sort of linear manner relative to the street, and I think some commissioners had suggested looking at a more different angles, angles very much like are used here, and in that case he rejected that out of hand, but not having the house situated perpendicular or parallel to the street in this part of town seemed to be something that the architects liked last time we looked at one of these houses.
Any other deliberations from folks?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with John. I mean, if the curb's a constraint and there is a way to rotate it to have it facing, and there's a little jog in the driveway, it does rotate the patio more central in a way. And like you said, I mean, it could be, it's material if you live next door, I mean, that's the thing, and there may be some more frontal views of the garage, which may not be as appealing to the Schmitz. And I don't know, maybe you could sit down with the neighbors and Scott and just kind of just talk about both, and hopefully you'll get to be friends through the process, and at least discuss it. And I would certainly, if this was the plan and we were asked to support it, I'd be concerned about the coverage of the landscaping, and just make sure that I saw that detail and understood what those views were in the winter. And you're probably not going to spend a ton of time out in the winter given what we have to suffer through, but I would want to see more detail.
Yeah. So, I'm supportive of the petition. I like a lot of the stuff I've heard about. I think I walked into the meeting thinking that there was probably some conditions that we could fashion to move this petition along. I'm wondering if that's still the case or not. I'm wondering how the rest of the commissioners feel about that. If there's enough question here that we need to continue so that we can answer those questions, or if we think that we can write conditions around. And I'd ask Kathy if she has any thoughts on that. If the staff needs direction or needs more information, or if there's
Two options for you. You could, and you have done this in the past, if you are comfortable with approving the overall site plan and the residents, you could move that forward and ask that the landscape plan come back. I think that we will know more after we spend more time and have engineering review of the preliminary grading plan. That will tell us better the full extent of trees that will be impacted. And we could bring you back a landscape plan that actually goes property line to property line, showing the areas that will be preserved, the areas that will be impacted, and the areas that will be enhanced. I think you're probably less concerned with the foundation plantings or their plantings immediately around the house. That's one option, or we could add a condition, which is not in here, that should be in here, that requires that at the time of submittal for permit, that a comprehensive landscape plan, tree preservation plan, and tree removal plan, part of that's in there, be submitted for the entire site, and that landscape plan needs to pay particular attention to that east property line, and assuring that whatever method is used, that appropriate screening and enhancement of that area, particularly views into the patio, be addressed.
And so
That'd
would
be
you
for
become-
staff review then?
Yeah.
Yeah, either,
Would you be comfortable as a part of that condition to ask for the investigation of a slight rotation of the house, or, maybe it's called a partial rotation? Because I want to make sure commissioners are comfortable with that. It sounds to me like some of the commissioners would actually prefer this, to see this house sited perpendicular to the street. I'm not in the same camp on that. I think that there's plenty of other houses that are turned. And actually don't mind the siting of this house being oblique to the street, but I do see that there might be some partial benefit or some benefit, privacy-wise or landscaping-wise, to a little bit of a rotation. And it's one of these things that may or may not work. You have to kind of study it and look at it in context with the landscaping. So would you be comfortable if we wanted you to also include that in your?
a slight rotation?
Yes.
Certainly, if it were to shift to be perpendicular to the street, that's a different petition.
I agree. So let me ask the commissioners if that kind of latitude is consistent with what you'd like to see done here, or do you want to actually see a wholesale rotation of the? Do you want them to come back with some site options that show you how it lays out differently on the site?
I'd like to see that.
You'd like to see that?
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
How about other commissioners?
I love this project as it stands.
As it stands.
As it stands.
I'm okay with it now, but it's an issue with the neighbor.
Yeah.
And, if some modification could be made, and the neighbors could agree.
I guess the question
then
is,
I'm all set.
Wells, if I don't think the neighbors would actually care whether it was shifted perpendicular or not. I think they're interested in maximizing their privacy. So from my point of view, I'm less inclined to legislate how you site the house on the lot architecturally. I think it works the way that they've asked us to approve it. So I'm not inclined necessarily to tell them go back and try it a different way. But I am inclined to give the staff some latitude to ask to see a shift or a slight rotation just as a part of their landscaping approval. Maybe it helps them avoid a significant tree. Maybe it helps them with some grading issues or something like that. And I give them some latitude to resolve that with the petitioner without coming back to us.
What
do you think, Jim?
Well, I think the other, I don't know that I have a concern on this, but someone else might, because it's kind of like the game Mastermind. You're trying to, try to get a pathway for everybody. And I don't know if we can condition this either, because there was some concerns on the facade itself in terms of how ornate it was.
Right.
And so, all of a sudden we're kind of going,
Well,
it's just,
it's a fine line, and I think we're walking it.
So
we're walking it here, but I would say that I feel like we're in pretty good hands in terms of both the staff and the architect on this project, and I'm not uncomfortable at all that they can resolve those particular items in this case. Now, I'm not always that comfortable with a project, but I feel that way myself. But if we don't, then we can continue it. So that's why we're kind of doing a little straw poll here.
Yeah.
And,
I guess I would, I just feel like if the owners had talked, and I don't really know how different it would be if it was perpendicular for their life experience. Like I'm living there. I don't usually nitpick and design things.
See more of the garage.
Well, no. Well, the people to the west, the Schmitz would, yeah, and that's why I made that point. So you'd be careful what you wish for.
Right?
But you would get probably a 30-degree shift, kind of northeast of the patio. Couple that with some vegetation. So if the owners of this property are open to that, then gosh, you would want that conversation to happen before you approve something, so it's a win-win. But if they're saying, hey, this is it, and I love this, I've always wanted to live in a diagonal entry, and this is, then okay, Godspeed, but
Better
I
look
kind
in
of
your
feel
garage
like,
or your patio.
I kind of feel like there's a conversation that I'm just yearning to see happen, and that perpendicular option could be discussed, and they go, oh, great, cool, and then they can address landscaping too. So that leads me to maybe continuing if I'd like to see that happen. I'm hopeful that that would happen, but Scott, is that a possibility, you think, or?
So if we were to rotate that, would that also come with getting an approval for a different curb cut off the street, or?
I know, assuming it's the same curb cut, you do a little jog.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, I mean.
That'll be challenging.
Yeah, or you could do, I mean, Kathy, is that a possibility? You just shift the curb cut and you go straight in?
Sounded like it was fixed.
I believe the curb cut is specified on the subdivision plat. The other thing you have to be aware of, I believe the siting of this house was selected to minimize the impact on trees and also to be sensitive to the breadth of the house that is presented to the manor house to the rear. And certainly if you shifted this house to be perpendicular to the street, you would have the entire rear of the house facing that manor house. So I think there's, I think there was quite a bit of thought put into this siding. Certainly, could it be shifted a little bit as you get into your final construction drawings and shift that patio a little bit? I think that's one issue. I think if you're asking to explore the perpendicular, I think it becomes a very different plan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know it's different. I was just wondering if it's tenable from or desirable to consider from the homeowner, and if there's some wiggle room if they want a different curb cut. I mean, there's lots of space between the north property and the estate and the back of this house.
Sure.
I mean, it's significant. They're gonna have a mass there that they're gonna see.
I mean, the other possibility is just the location of the patio. I mean, I like the solution that the landscape architects come up with, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in that location. I mean, you could maybe look at some other options with respect to where that patio is located and how it's coming off the house. But
sorry for muddling up your motion, Kurt. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure you have. You just have expressed one opinion. So.
Right. Well, or delayed it. Yeah, delayed your motion.
So, all right. Any other deliberations? I'm going to ask Mr. Travers to try to make a motion and see if it passes.
I'd like to try.
Yeah. Why don't you give it a try?
I've been doing some writing here, and I hope Kathy will help me.
Good.
Or anyone else. So this would be the motion I would form. Based on the findings detailed in the applicable staff report dated September 24, 2014, which document that the project complies with the standards in Chapter 51, Historic Preservation of the City Code, incorporating the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner, and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings, I move that the commission grant a certificate of appropriateness approving a new single-family residence on a vacant lot at or about 970 Illinois Road.
Yes.
Consistent with the application and request presented to the commissioners by the petitioner, and condition its approval on 1, the conditions of approval enumerated in the 6 numbered paragraphs on pages 4 and 5 of the applicable staff report. 2, simplification of window design and use of true divided lights. 3, as part of submission of final landscape plans, paying particular attention to incorporation of additional plantings and a possible slight reorientation of the home siting so as to minimize neighbor impacts. They have a simplification of the front
entry.
already in there.
That's already in the staff comments.
Do you want to explore a slight rotation or no?
Yeah, is there the part where the staff will look at their landscape possibilities or? return that over to them?
I thought that might occur because the final landscape plans generally have to be approved by staff, so that if they incorporate
part
those
of that.
things in the final landscape plans, the staff would either approve or disapprove it.
I may have been asleep, but I didn't hear our discussion requiring true divided lights.
Yeah, we did not talk about that, so we need to talk about that for a moment. The application includes interior and exterior mountain bars for simulated divided lights, not true divided lights.
Right.
So let's talk about that.
I thought that we talked about it before. I apologize. It was in the
It was in the recommendations from the
Historic
Preservation Foundation. Yeah.
I may be partial, but I don't see the need for true divided lights.
I think that's their choice.
And so that should be struck.
I agree. I would take that condition out. I think that this is a brand-new house, so for us to impose a condition like that is not required. Be different if this was an addition to a true divided light Howard Van
Exactly.
Dorn Shaw house. That'd be-
And so
Doesn't mean you can't do it.
We're removing the second
Good.
condition then
Yeah.
from the motion, which was a simplification of window design and use of true divided lights, both parts of that?
I think you could just simplify the front entryway.
Okay, that's already done.
Really what needs to be simplified.
I think that's all that they were.
Yeah, so I think that that's just the front doorway.
So the second condition then is completely removed about the windows?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's just, John, would you mind going through, you do such a good job, can you mind going through
Not at all.
the conditions again? So the staff
So
is in the report, and then number one?
Number one is the conditions of approval enumerated in the 6 numbered paragraphs on pages 4 and 5 of the applicable staff report. And number 2, as part of submission of final landscape plans, paying particular attention to incorporation of additional plantings and a possible slight reorientation of the home siting so as to minimize neighbor impacts.
So the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Did you get all that? Get all that? You okay with all that? You okay with that? Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Alfe. All in favor, say aye.
Well,
Aye.
Any opposed?
Well, there was a front facade too, did you mention that?
That's already incorporated in the
Kind of late on the switch, dude.
in the staff conditions.
All right, so we've passed the petition. Congratulations with that. I will hope that you would do your best to work with staff in the spirit of our discussion and pay close attention to the neighbors' siting, landscaping, replacement of landscaping in that area for both benefit of yourself and for them. And good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now's an opportunity. Let's see, is it an opportunity? Now's an opportunity for the public to address the Historic Preservation Foundation on any non-agenda items.
Commission.
Commission? Sorry, are there any of those? I see none. Is there any announcements from the staff? I will ask if,
Just that we have a couple no's for the October
22nd.
22nd meeting, so we may be circling back.
So
May I mention that I intend to attend? I didn't send it.
So stay tuned to see if we're on schedule for that meeting. I'll ask if there's a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Is it seconded? Seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Good night and good luck.